Huh? I think he just said they're coming. All right. There you are. Good morning. Welcome to, what is today? Tuesday, August 4th, Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes quorum.
Thank you. Today's invocation will be led by Chaplain Frank Lidke of the Sheriff's Office. Please rise for the invocation and pledges of allegiance.
Shall we pray? Father, we're so thankful that we continue to live in a country that still honors you. Lord, I pray that we would be one nation under God and submit to the authorities that you have established. We pray this day for Judge O'Hare and the commissioners. We pray that you'd give wisdom to them as they lead us. We also pray, Lord, for the sheriff. We pray for the officers that are out on the street. We ask that you'd watch over them and then those who are working in confinement. We thank you for these people who put themselves between us and evildoers. We pray for them. Father, we thank you for this day. We ask your guidance and give wisdom to the leaders this day. We ask these things in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Chaplain. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. All right, agenda announcements. Mr. Merritt.
Good morning, court members. Just a couple of announcements this morning. We have several items which have been pulled from the consent agenda. Those items are as follows. Items C1 and C2 under the administrator section. Items Q4, Q5, Q10, Q11, Q12, Q16, all under the purchasing section. And court members under the tax assessor collector section, S4. And finally, under Commissioner Precinct 2, U1, U2, not to be confused with the band, U3, and U4. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, announcements from the commissioners. Do we have any?
Yes. So I am excited to announce that on Thursday, we will have a groundbreaking in Precinct 2 for an affordable housing development that we've been working on for a couple of years. The county had property on 2nd Avenue in Mansfield, Texas, for decades and decades and decades that we had been mowing for that long. And so this court approved a year and a half ago allowing that property to be used for an affordable housing development, for workforce development, or workforce housing for teachers, firefighters, and so it will be 30 units. There will be six of the units that are live work. And so people with small businesses can purchase the homes. These are mortgages. and have their business down below and their residents up above. So we're very proud of that. The name of the development is going to be the L. Clifford Davis on Second Development, and that is in honor of Judge L. Clifford Davis, who integrated Mansfield Public Schools. So you all are invited to that groundbreaking ceremony on Thursday at 9 a.m. And thanks so much to Mr. James McClinton, the Housing Channel, Mr. McClinton from our Community Development Department for all of the work that went into getting us to this place. Also, want to thank our Budget Director and Deputy Director Helen Geis and Matthew Jones for our Budget Town Hall that we had at the Arlington Sub Courthouse in July. And so we had good attendance on Facebook Live, and so people were able to ask their questions about the county budget. And so I appreciate Helen and Matthew for their attendance and taking the tough questions. Upcoming, we have a Precinct 2 Town Hall sometime this month. I think we'll be able to announce it next meeting. It's an update on that Southeast Connector project, which the traffic pattern change has driven me crazy because I almost missed my exit to get to downtown still. And so South Point Connectors and TxDOT will be doing our town hall this August. And also, in the month of June, and I like to take this opportunity during announcements because I have no other opportunity to do this, is to acknowledge the individuals that were in our custody in our jail that lost their lives. And so in June, we had 4 deaths in 3 days, 3 in custody deaths in 4 days, and then 7 days later, we had a 4th death. And so it has been very, very interesting. 2 of those deaths, the court was notified about. 2 other deaths, we were not notified about. The families reached out to me, and I tried to get as much information for them as possible. But it's a sad day when these lives are lost in our custody and these families cannot get a response from the government that had their folks in custody. It's a sad day when they don't get responses from the sheriff's office. And so I try to support them and get them the information I can as best I can. And so it's just, it's just a sad, it's a sad occurrence. So the people that lost their lives in June, 4 people. James Kent Johnson died on June 15th in custody. Carl Avery McCrae died on June 16th in our custody. Matt Greer died June 18th in our custody, and Victor Runnels died on June 25th. So 4 lives were lost in our custody in just 10 days. 4 families grieving, and they deserve clear answers about what happened to their loved ones. If those answers come from Sheriff's Office, JPS, they deserve answers. 5 months ago in March, this court received a briefing on the decline in jail deaths. Today, that number has gone up. 5 months later, more families grieving, more questions remain unanswered. We just cannot accept this as normal. So asking questions us asking questions is part of our oversight responsibility, and I hope that all of us will take that more seriously. That's all I have.
Anybody else have anything?
Yeah, just a reminder of our Precinct 1 Alzheimer's Education Seminar is coming up on August the 22nd. It will be held at Tarrant County College, Trinity River Campus, just down the street, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. The theme of this year's event is supporting families and inspiring hope. As someone who's lost a loved one to Alzheimer's and dementia, this work is important to be able to let caregivers know that they are not alone. They are not walking this journey by themselves. There are people here who are ready to support, to fill in those gaps, and to provide comfort and aid where needed and necessary. I'd like to just close my comments by saying this. We can hold space in two places. It doesn't have to be either or. We can grieve, but we can also rejoice. We can grieve the reality that the loved ones who've been integral parts of our lives are disappearing right before our eyes. But we can also rejoice in the fact that God has allowed us to have the time that we had with him. And we need to remember the good stuff. So you can feel both things. You can feel loss and grief, but you can also feel gratitude. And I just want people to know that it's okay to not be okay. It really is. It's okay to hurt and to verbalize the hurt that you feel. But it's vitally important to remember what we had and what we still have. Right before my father passed, I remember it vividly. We were in a nursing home, a skilled nursing facility, and my father was a pastor, and he loved gospel music. And so one of the things that we did while we were there, he had gotten to the point in his disease where he could no longer speak. And we were in the little foyer area, and I had my phone, and we were listening to gospel music, some of his favorite songs. And I remember my father mustering up the words to say these words to me. I love you, son. Those are the last words I ever heard from my father. But I rejoice and I thank God that the last words I'll ever remember out of all of the things that my father shared with me was that he loved me and that he was proud of me. So although I was grieving, I still made space to be thankful and grateful for what God gave me. So I just wanted to encourage you today. If you want to learn how you can hold space in two places at the same time, get the support from people who are walking the same walk you're walking, and get resources, I encourage you to register and sign up for our 11th annual Alzheimer's Caregiver and Education Seminar. It will bless your life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, that was a beautiful tribute, Commissioner Miles, and it's nice to know one day you're going to hear that voice again when he
Amen.
welcomes you home to
Amen.
your eternal home. So, but following up on that, Judge O'Hare and I, we're going to be hosting again Empowering Seniors October 1st. And so we would love for you to go to empoweringseniors.com, check out how you can be a part of that. It would be a great follow-up. Go to Commissioner Miles' symposium, and then come on over to Empowering Seniors in October. It's free. Everything about it is free. We're going to have lots of vendors, lots of help, lots of resources. I remember last year, a couple of the ladies told me this is the best healthcare day they have all year. And so we're going to have a great time, but please be a part of it. We'd love for you to use it as a resource. Tell people about it. If you want to sponsor it, we'd love to have you do that as well. But again, Will Rogers, October 1st, Empowering Seniors. Would love to have you there.
And again, from Tarrant County Precinct 4, we'll be offering free bus rides to get out to Empowering Seniors. It's an incredible event, and everybody always has a great time. Judge, commissioners, I I'd like to say one thing when we start the meeting, and hopefully we can close in honor of U.S. Representative Kay Granger. We lost her over the weekend at 83 years old. And I think about Precinct 4 in Tarrant County, and I think about northwestern Tarrant County, North Texas, and Texas in general. Everybody says that Kay Granger was a trailblazer, and that's true. The first female mayor of Fort Worth, Texas, the first female Republican to represent Texas in Congress, the first female Republican chairwoman of appropriations. She broke ground everywhere she went, but she was a force of nature, and she left an incredible mark on North Texas and Texas, and I would say the nation, through her support of our defense industry and making sure that Fort Worth and Texas led the way in keeping America safe. And so we're praying for her family right now, and we're praying for comfort and peace for all those who loved and cared about her. But ultimately, we lost an incredible partner for North Texas. We lost a great partner for Precinct 4, and Tarrant County lost a great partner. So hopefully we can close in Congresswoman Kay Granger's memory.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Ramirez. And last but not least, the employee picnic for 2026. Tickets are now live. You have two options, Ranger game on Friday, September 18th, or Saturday, September 19th. Last day for ticket sales, September 8th. And this year, unlike, I guess, last couple of years, the Rangers are in the middle of a pennant race. They've had a little slide here the last week, but this could be some pivotal games here leading up to the end of the season. So September 18th, September 19th, I hope everyone will come out. And with that, we now turn to public comment for proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. There are a number of people who have signed up. So two things. One, your time is 1 minute. Two, there are some names on these lists that I am not going to read out the full name because I suspect they are not actual names, but I will try to say them in a way you can be identified if it actually is your name. So just be listening if you get a last name only or a first name and an initial. And with that, we have Donna Collins and then Carol Rayburn. And we have a spillover, correct? Okay. I'm going to go through a list of these and then I'm going to come back. So Vicki Goodwin, Daniel Scherer, Glenn Scherer, Hillary Rabler, Danny Minton, Sarah Chavez Reckling, Reed Bills. So Vicki Goodwin, please come up. You're up. For our folks down here, I think you have gone past some names. I was gonna read them again since we have a spillover room. Can you get me back to the top?
Judge, the first speaker name, haven't been moved.
Why?
As soon as we click their name to exit out of their name, it's a software.
Okay, well, don't click their name until I tell you we're passing them. Yes,
Good morning. You
Good
ready
morning.
for me?
yes.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. I am Representative Vicki Goodwin. Voting is our most fundamental right. And I have learned that with an increase of 80,000 new registered voters in Tarrant County, y'all are getting ready to take a vote on cutting down the number of polling locations for this next election.
So, pause for 1 moment. I'm gonna let you continue, but you've signed up under the wrong section. So this is for resolutions only. This will be the last one that I let speak to this item or any agenda item in this section. So if you signed up for that, you're not gonna get to speak during the proclamation side, but please continue.
I appreciate you letting me speak on this issue. I think this is such a fundamental issue of letting people have their voice heard at the ballot box. And going from over 300 polling locations on election day to 176 is what I hear is proposed. seems illogical, and our democracy is worth every penny that it costs. I hope that y'all will take more time to make sure that you're making the right decisions and keeping as many polling locations open for Election Day and early voting to be comparable to 2022, the last midterm election, because we know that with more registered voters, there will be more voting.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Who was the first? How many names have been removed? Who's the first name? Is Donna Collins present? All right, Carol Rayburn.
Can I defer?
Sure. Daniel Scherer. Glenn Scherer. Hillary Rabler. Danny Minton.
Can I defer? Danny Minton?
Meaning you want to speak to an agenda item? That's what defer means.
Yes.
Okay. Sarah Chavez Reckling. Then read bills.
I would also like to defer to an agenda item.
Okay. And you are?
Sarah Chavez Reckling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Read bills. Then Sandra Cooley.
Mr. Krause, shame on you for sullying the heroic acts of Corporal Graves in order to tout your political agenda. This brave soldier was not fighting the Nazis and socialism in World War II. He was defending the United States against the Japanese at Iwo Jima. Your rhetoric is not only offensive, it is patently incorrect. I trust your fellow commissioners will recognize this political grandstanding and vote against your resolution, and then prepare a proper, accurate resolution to honor Corporal Graves.
Sandra Cooley. Sayeda Ali. Betty Taylor. Kathy Aroka. Nelsie Cardenas. Following Ms. Cardenas is Joanne Gonzalez.
Good morning. First, thank you, Corporal John Graves, for your service, wherever you may be. I am not against the honoring of the corporal, but I am against the 5th through 8th whereases that Commissioner Krause used to describe his own political crap in this proclamation. This abuse of power is also godless ideology, using your words. You actually cause more class warfare by doing things like cutting voting sites, exercising God-given rights. What are those? Because your actions, of most of you on this board, do not allow people to actually exercise those. Christ fought and was disgusted with the Pharisees because of how they used their power to abuse others. In your case, writing whereases like that and cutting polling sites is clearly being a Pharisee. Stop being Pharisees.
Is Joanne Gonzalez present? Kate Brennan. Linda Ford. Ken Martin. Ben Wickler. Is there anybody here named Mao? We're now to the one I'm not reading the last name. Although I will give them credit for clever. I'm quite sure there's no one here named Ligma. And if you read the last name, you'll know there's no one here by that name. Is there a John Luke Present. John Luke. How about Michaela Mohajer Iravani? Did I call this person's name? Okay, would you like to speak on one of these resolution items? What do you want to speak on?
The budget?
Okay, that'll be next.
Okay.
Is there a Mr. Roch? This one's possible. Is there a Mr. File?
You're like a radio DJ.
Yeah. Now I'm reading normal names and trying to figure out what it means. Is Harold Parkey? Okay. Following Mr. Parkey. Almost got me on that one.
Good morning.
Morning.
In 1942, my father was sent to the Aleutians to fight the Imperial Japanese forces. In 1943, he was sent to the European theater for the Italian campaign. In 1970, the Army sent me to Vietnam. The common thread of both events was that we were told that our efforts and sacrifices were to preserve the American way of life. In my father's case, that was true. In my case, it was not. In my case, the government raised the false threats of communism and socialism to justify the continuance of an unjustified war. The Vietnam War was framed as a defense of the capitalist and democratic free world against totalitarian expansion. We lost that war as we should have. I stand here as a veteran of the Vietnam War and a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. What you're doing through this resolution
Thank you, sir.
is promoting a lie.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm skipping some names there. How about Addison McConnell Jr.? I guess there could be somebody named Ben Franklin. Are you raising your hand like, are you Ben Franklin? No. Okay. Say it one more time. Okay, come on up.
Hello.
Hello.
Good morning. My name is Michaela Mohaji Irvani. I'm a resident of Tarrant County. I'm a Move Texas member, and I'm here today to speak against the reduction of polling locations in Tarrant County. Earlier
Okay,
this year,
ma'am, you're in the wrong spot.
Oh,
So we can move you to the regular comments, okay?
Okay.
All right. All right, LaVonne Cockerell. Amy Super. Following Miss Super, we have a Helen He Stand.
Judge O'Hare, County Commissioners. As the wife of a U.S. Marine Corps veteran and the granddaughter of a World War II veteran who was in the skies above Normandy on D-Day, I appreciate the worthy recognition of U.S. Marine Corps veteran Corporal Don Graves. For those of you who have commented here and on social media, taking issue with semantics, taking issue with historical context, please set aside your obvious political agenda-based bias and allow this amazing patriot to be honored today. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Helen here? Allison Hoyt. And Merle Glasscock. All right.
I'm sorry. LaVonne Cockerell's here, but she wants to speak on the voting thing.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's it for public comment on proclamations, resolutions, presentations. which now takes us to our first, which is employee recognition. And we have a number of employees here with us today, and we have a list of those. And as we normally do, I'm going to read the names in groups of 5-year employees. If you are here, please stand so we can, all at once, so we can recognize you, our 5-year employees. Gwendolyn Baker, Larissa Carroll. Yeah, if that's you, are you Gwendolyn? No, okay. Were you confused and thought you were Gwendolyn? Or, okay. Larissa Carroll, Shanika Davis, Walter Davis, Denver Dobbs, Anastasia Frayne, Ethan Franklin, Patricia Garcia, Johnny Guerrero, Brian Johnson, Patricia Marshall, Stanley Mwangi, Theophilus, Nayuma, Michelle Parr, Kim Perkins, Elizabeth Pike, Aaron Pior, Marilou Quispy, Laura Sanchez, Nora Velasquez, Jimmy Villa, Chelsea Walton, Amber Wilhite, Jennifer Wilson, Tom Zapata, and Gabriel Zavala. For all of you, thank you for your 5 years. We appreciate you very much. For our 10-year employees, please rise if you are present today as I call your name. Christian Acosta Andrade, Xavier Alexander, Cassandra Avalos, Matthew Biles, Ashley Castillo, Thuong, Anthony Ferrara, Alexandria Flores, Richard Hatcher, Janelle Holt, Kerbin Kukaj, Ann Pena, Stephen Spurlock, Jennifer Umanzor. What a pretty spelling of your first name. Is that how, did I pronounce your first name right? Yeah, that's really cool. Christian Vigil, Ashley Williams. Okay, that's our 10 years. Thank you all very much for your dedicated service. Okay, now for our 15-year employees. Please stand as I call your name. Rachel Cardell, D. Estramera, Jason Franklin, Yvonne Galvan, Beverly Honkamp, Mark Lewis, Felisa Manning, Brenda Ramirez, Rodrigo Robles, Maria Cerna, Derek Smith Sr., and Julie Testa. Thank you for 15 years. We appreciate you. Now for our 20-year employees. Please stand as I call your name. 2 decades of service to Tarrant County. Kimberly Bramlett, Nelda Cassiati, Judith Estrada, Mark Evans, Jamie Frazier, Martha Guerrero, Susan LeBird, Frank Lopez, Paul Perez, Beth Paulus, Judge Beth Paulus, Kyle Russell, Kyle Sexton, and Marcus Womack. Thank you all for 20 years. We appreciate you. All right, now for our 25-year employees, and we have 6 of those. First is Aaron Barnes. Is Aaron with us today? Hi, Aaron. How are you? Lead Systems Administrator of Cloud Infrastructure Operations. That sounds important. Yeah. Grew up in rural Indiana, Hoosier, and moved to Texas as a young adult. Married with 2 kids. He enjoys doing a lot of do-it-yourself projects around the house, going for short hikes in the DFW area, going to the gym, and spending time with family. He started out with the county doing desktop support, and he visited many different departments and got familiar with many county operations. Then he went to server administration, then later to cloud infrastructure operations. Most memorable moment, first couple of years here, he got to meet and talk with Tom Vandergriff, who was county judge at the time, very personable and always interested in what he was working on. It's been amazing to see how the rapid advancement of technology over the years has led the county to be able to offer so many of its services remotely. None of this would have been possible without the expertise of people across many departments making the effort to modernize the very specialized applications we use. And what he likes the most, it's been great to watch how much downtown Fort Worth and Tarrant County as a whole has grown over the last couple of decades. The work at Tarrant County is very unique, requires a lot of specialized skill sets for the services, and many of the people he's gotten to know over the years have made this a really wonderful workplace. How about a big round of applause for Aaron Barnes? We appreciate him. All right, next, I have, make sure I have this right. Yeah, Rachel Calderon. I do not have a form for Rachel, but Rachel, are you present with us today? Well, wherever you are, we appreciate your 25 years. Let's give her a round of applause. Next up, we have Justin Davis. Justin is an assistant records manager. How are you? Born in Fort Worth, went to high school at Granbury. In fact, no one knows about him. He hosted 3 vintage market shows at Lake Granbury Convention Center with his mom. What he likes to do for fun, visit flea markets, attend occasional concerts, spend time with family and friends. He's a foodie and loves traveling to try new restaurants, especially barbecue. Okay, well, I've got to put you on the spot. What's your favorite barbecue place?
Fort Worth.
Sure.
Area, Ames, and Alito.
Okay. What is it outside of this area?
Truth Barbecue in Houston play pretty close competition.
Okay, cool. Him and his dad used to drive all over the state to try Texas Monthly Top 50 barbecue locations, a tradition he now does with his mom and girlfriend. Very cool. Other job titles he's had with the county: research clerk, evidence clerk, technical criminal administrator. Most memorable moment, the Shante Millard trial with so much international media coverage. Also the biker gang trial with so many DPS officers posted all over the Justice Center and outside just in case any rival gangs showed up to cause issues. What he likes the most, all the lifelong friends he has made here over the past 25 years and being able to build a career here without a college degree. He started at the lowest grade in our department and moved up to assistant manager. Justin, we appreciate you very much. Thank you for 25 years. Next we have, and I don't believe we have a form for him, John Eilers in IT. Is John here? Okay, well, John, we appreciate you. Let's give him a round of applause for 25 years. Next we have Teresa Leone. Hello, how are you? Good. Your title is Wick Gok 4. General Office Clerk 4, okay, and born in Wichita Falls, Texas. Went to Wichita Falls High School. Were you there during the tornado? Yes. Yeah, pretty scary, huh? So went to college at Mansfield Business School, has 3 children. She loves to dance and sing, and she has agreed to dance for us today. Her most memorable moment is becoming friends with many of her coworkers, and what she likes the most, spending time with friends and family. Teresa, thank you for your 25 years. We appreciate you. All right, and last on our 25-year list, we have who do we have? Sherrod Poe Jr. Is Sherrod here? Okay, well, Sherrod, thank you for your 25 years. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, now we have two 30-year employees to recognize. Is it pronounced Kramer? Creamer. Oh, it is pronounced Creamer. Okay. Well, that's what it says. I should have said that. 30 years. You're a legal specialist. Born in Fort Worth. Went to Paschal High School. Went to Arlington Court Reporting College and got a certificate as a certified paralegal. 1 son, 3 daughters. Glad it worked out for you. In fact, no one knows about her. After 10 years in the mortgage loan industry, she was laid off. She spent 1 weekend in tears and then brushed herself off, decided to go back to school full time for her dream job to become a paralegal. Well, good for you. What she likes to do for fun: travel, go to estate sales, and help her 82-year-old mom buy and sell on Marketplace. Okay. Is she here? That's your mom? She is 82 years old? Wow. Well, wow. Ruth, can you get a list from her of what she eats and drinks? So, all right. That's pretty cool. Most memorable moment. One office represents JPS, the county hospital. Do you mean our office? Is that what that means? Yeah. And one area of responsibility in the office is the collection of hospital liens on liability accounts. In 2019, she was part of the legal team that collected $5 million, including the largest individual settlement ever of $1 million. Wow. And what she likes the most is the integrity and friendship of the 2 attorneys she works with on a daily basis, Courtney Taylor and Joey Fabella. This makes the job easy and the work just falls into place. Thank you for giving credit to them, and thank you for 3 decades of service. We appreciate you very much.
They came today to celebrate. There's Joey over here and Courtney here, and they're amazing. We are like a family. That's why I feel like I can just. Everybody asks me when I'm going to retire. They think it's so amazing that I just can't think about retiring yet.
Okay, good. What is your mom's name?
Mary Trojak, and she was raised in the country. My husband built her a house on our property in the country, and she said she's returned to her roots. She's our cook. She can do all the canning. If y'all have any.
Well, even though we normally recognize employees for 0 years of service, thank you, Mary. All right. Don't believe we have a form, but another 30-year employee with the Sheriff's Office, Maria Rivas. Hi, how are you? 3 decades. Anything you'd like to share with us, or you'd like to keep it low-key? You did? Why don't we have that? Teresa? Teresa. Where is Teresa? Well, since I don't have it in front of me, you are welcome to come up to the microphone and tell us anything you want about yourself. Yeah.
30 years. I've learned a lot. I worked with a lot of people. Mary Louise and some other ones around here come in close contact with. She actually has taken care of us in the mental side of it. I'm a sergeant over mental warrants. Worked in transportation, extradition, patrol, booking. One of my most memorable moments was when I got selected to go pick up the tiny couch, bringing back from California. That was an experience. We didn't do a normal transport to the airport. Everything was undercover. Was to no surprise when we got to DFW, all the cameras were lined up on the Sheriff Anderson. That was one of the most memorable moments I had.
Yeah. Well, thank you for 3 decades of keeping us safe. We appreciate you very much. And last but not least, is Sheila Washington here? And before we get to Sheila Washington, Maria Rivas' form has arrived. So, sergeant over mental warrants, born in Fort Worth, went to Trimble Tech High School, 2 sons, 1 daughter, 1 son and daughter in law enforcement, 1 currently a captain in the Marine Corps. Facts no one knows about her. She enjoys playing the piano and crocheting when time allows. What she likes to do for fun, spend time with her family, especially her 4 grandkids. She's worked at Green Bay Jail, the back door at the Correction Center, patrol, mental warrants, supervisor in transportation extradition unit, and currently supervisor of mental warrants, as we said. And what she likes the most is the friendship she has made over the years. Those friendships have grown into something much deeper. They're no longer just friends, they are family. And working with people she can trust, depend on, and share life and work experiences with has been the most rewarding part of her journey. One more round of applause for Maria. Thank you. Now, Sheila. All right. 35 years. 35 years. A legal assistant, born in Fort Worth, went to O.D. Wyatt High School.
Go Shaps.
Is that where you went?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have yet to have one from R.L. Turner High School. Mansfield Business School, diploma and office specialist. Tarrant County College, associate degree in business. And UNT, University of North Texas, paralegal certificate. 1 daughter, Michaela. In fact, no one knows about you is that you like country music. Who are your favorite all-time country music artists? And who?
Jelly Roll.
No. I said country music. What she likes to do for fun: travel, watch movies and reality shows, and admire God's sunsets and sunrises. Other job titles she's had with the county: secretary in Juvenile Services Department, legal secretary in the DA's office. Most memorable moment, after moving into the new juvenile court building, she was the first one to lock herself out of the DA's office. And what she cherishes the most, I would say, she has been blessed to have been married to her husband for 32 years, who she met on a blind date 35 years ago. She enjoys working in the juvenile division of the DA's office with a wonderful group of coworkers, and she loves to laugh. Sheila, thank you so much for 35 years. We are grateful. And I will now make a motion to receive and file the employee recognition.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. As usual, we have a reception in your honor. This one is on the 3rd floor. So feel free, you're welcome to stay, of course, but if you are going to the reception, feel free to get up and leave now on the 3rd floor. One more round of applause for our employees. I'm going to Okay. Oh, shoot. Where's the actual agenda? All right, now we move to our next agenda item, which is a memorial resolution. Shh. We now move to a memorial resolution in remembrance of Johnny Lewis. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge. The Fort Worth community and the Tarrant County family has lost a great advocate and community leader and county employee. Mr. Johnny Lewis worked for Tarrant County CSCD for over, I think it was like 25 years. He was a great probation officer, a great man, a great friend and mentor. One of the unique things about Mr. Lewis is you never had to guess where you stood with him. He would tell you, and he had no problem telling you. He was very direct, unashamed, and tell it like it is. So I would phrase it like this. It's like taking medicine. You take your medicine, and then your parent would soothe you on the back after you took the nasty medicine. Mr. Lewis would whip you upside the head real good, and then afterwards, he'd pull you to the side and say, it's okay, we're going to be all right. He was a great champion of the community that he loved dearly, the historic South Side. He believed in the beauty and the greatness of the historic South Side, and he really wanted to see the resurgence and renaissance of the historic South Side. One of his colleagues, Reverend Clee Benson, went to visit him at his bedside before he passed. And the thing that he kept saying to Mr. Benson, have I done enough? Have I done enough? And I sit here today to tell Mr. Lewis and all of those who follow in his footsteps, Mr. Lewis, you did enough. And we're going to take it from here. So with that, I'll read this memorial resolution. Whereas the family and friends of Johnny Lewis were deeply saddened by his death on Sunday, July the 12th of 2026. And whereas the passing of Johnny Lewis took from our community a beloved son, trailblazer, exceptional civic leader, public servant, husband, and father who worked diligently to preserve the history of and improve the quality of life for residents in Tarrant County. And whereas Johnny Lewis, a cherished member of our community, was born on December 18, 1947 in Atlanta, Georgia, and whose life was marked by kindness, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to helping others. And whereas Johnny Lewis served with distinction throughout a long and dedicated career as a probation supervisor with the Tarrant County Community Supervision and Corrections Department, where he demonstrated steadfast commitment, professionalism, and compassion, and leaving behind a legacy of service that continues to resonate within the department and the community at large. And whereas Johnny Lewis, a strong pillar of his community, served on numerous boards, including the Keene Group, Meds for Africa, American Association of Retired Persons, the Sierra Club, and the National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice. And whereas Johnny Lewis received numerous awards, including United Way Volunteer of the Year Award, Soldier of the Year Award, and was the proud recipient of the City of Fort Worth District 8 Award and Neighborhood Award for Historic Southside. And whereas Johnny Lewis devoted his time, energy, and talents to strengthening the bonds of fellowship, supporting neighbors in need, and uplifting the lives of countless individuals through his generous spirit. And whereas Johnny Lewis's legacy of service and friendship will continue to inspire those who had the privilege of knowing him, as well as future generations who will benefit from the example he set. And whereas Johnny Lewis leaves cherished memories as he is survived by his loving daughter, Erin, and a host of extended family, other loving relatives, and many friends. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, pay tribute to the life and legacy of a beloved and honorable man, recognize the contributions he has made to Fort Worth Southside and Tarrant County, and extend our deepest sympathy to the members of his family and his many friends for their great loss. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 4th day of August, 2026. And this is for ratification only. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Commissioner Miles, second from Commissioner Ramirez. Okay, there we go. All right, any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Brings us to item 3, which is a memorial resolution honoring the life and service of Councilman Anthony Bernard Cook. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge. Anthony Bernard Cook was a bright light in the Forest Hill community, and he was a proud alumnus of the Oscar Dean Wyatt High School, a mighty shap. And there are members of the Odie Wyatt Alumni Association in the court today. If you would stand. Their presence underscores the impact and influence that Anthony had on all of us. You could always find Anthony at homecoming, at the tailgate, and he was a self-proclaimed barbecue expert. I recall people saying that Anthony would chide folks who said that they could make really good barbecue and they had good barbecue sauce, and Anthony would say, "You ain't cooking good barbecue if you got to use barbecue sauce. You need to be able to taste the meat." His loss is yet tragic, and we will miss him deeply in the Forest Hill community. So I will read this memorial resolution into the record.
And
Yes, and
we will miss him deeply at Precinct 2 because he worked for Precinct 2 Road and Bridge, and his barbecue is great.
Thank you, Commissioner Simmons. That is right. He was a part of the maintenance team in Precinct 2. He was a county employee. Whereas the family and friends of Councilman Anthony Bernard Cook were deeply saddened by his death on Thursday, July 16, 2026. And whereas the passing of Councilman Cook took from our community an exceptional public servant, husband, and loyal friend who touched the lives of many and who worked diligently to improve lives of citizens in the city of Forest Hill, Texas. And whereas Councilman Cook faithfully served the city of Forest Hill with distinction, devoting his time, energy, and talents to strengthening neighborhoods, supporting local initiatives, and ensuring that every resident had a voice in the future of the city. And whereas throughout his tenure, Councilman Cook was recognized for his tireless advocacy, thoughtful decision-making, and unwavering dedication to improving public safety, expanding community programs, and fostering collaboration among civic organizations. And whereas his past, Councilman Cook brought to his role a deep sense of compassion and responsibility, engaging directly with citizens, listening to their concerns, and championing policies that reflected fairness, equity, and opportunity for all. And whereas his passing leaves a profound void in the Forest Hill community, but his legacy of service, kindness, and commitment will continue to inspire future leaders and residents for generations to come. Whereas Councilman Anthony Bernard Cook leaves a legacy of love as he is survived by his beloved wife, Tarrant, and a host of other relatives and family and friends. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, pay tribute to the memory and legacy of a beloved and honorable man of Tarrant County who was truly the embodiment of kindness, and extend our deepest sympathy to the members of his family, his colleagues, and his many friends for their great loss. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 4th day of August, 2026. This is also for ratification only, and I move its approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next brings us to item 4, a resolution honoring Prairie View A&M University on its 150th anniversary. Commissioner Simmons.
Thank you, sir. It is with immense pride that I bring this resolution congratulating Prairie View A&M University on its 150th anniversary. 150 years, that's a lot of resilience and determination to succeed. So the proclamation reads as follows, resolution reads as follows. Whereas Prairie View A&M was established by the Texas Legislature on August 14, 1876 as the Alta Vista Agricultural and Mechanical College of Texas for colored youth. And whereas it opened with 8 students on March 11, 1878, becoming the second oldest public institution of higher education in Texas. Whereas PV is one of the nation's largest historically Black colleges and universities and was recently designated a Carnegie R2 institution, reflecting its significant research grant awards and doctoral degrees conferred. And whereas PV boasts an enrollment of more than 10,000 students and 85,000 alumni and continues to advance its land grant mission through excellence in research, teaching, and service. And whereas its alumni and staff have profoundly impacted Tarrant County, including Isaiah Milligan, I.M. Terrell, who led Fort Worth's first public school for African Americans. And he later served from 1915 to 1918 as Prairie View's 5th principal. And Reby Carey, the first Black person elected to the Fort Worth School Board, who later served in the Texas House of Representatives. And whereas PV has expanded educational opportunity and prepared leaders across numerous professions. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate Prairie View A&M University on its 150th anniversary and commend its president, Dr. Tomikia P. LeGrand, for continuing its motto, Prairie View produces productive people. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 4th day of August, 2026. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
I am excited to have with us Prairie View, I see you in the purple, A&M Alumni Association Fort Worth Chapter President, is it Kalia Taylor? Yes. All right, board members Jonathan Tamplin, Robert Evans, Michelle Muckleroy. And also joining us today are former Fort Worth Alumni Chapter Presidents, Dr. Tania White, Mr. Alvin Scott, Mr. Ricky Howard, and member Ms. Andrea Johnson. Is that correct? So if y'all will join me down front. And it looks like I also have Prairie View A&M University Agricultural Extension agents here. They are they here? Are they Jordan Peldiak, Regional 4-H Specialist with the Prairie View A&M Cooperative Extension Program. Sancy Hall, 4-H Agent with Prairie View A&M's Cooperative Extension Program in Tarrant County. Chelsea Lilly, Community and Economic Development Agent with Prairie View A&M's Cooperative Extension Program in Tarrant County. If you could all come down for a photo, that would be great. We'll get the photo first with the PV Alumni Association members, then past presidents, then we'll get a photo with our PV Agricultural Extension agents. And Ms. Taylor, once we take this picture, you can have a few words if you'd like. Let me see. You hand this to me.
Hi, how are you? I'm happy to hand it to you.
Happy birthday.
Here's my PV. Oh, you're talking the whole thing?
Everybody's cheeks are good and sore. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Good morning. On behalf of Prairie View A&M University Fort Worth Alumni Chapter, thank you to Commissioner Simmons and the Tarrant County Commissioners Court for this meaningful resolution recognizing 150 years of Prairie View A&M University. This honor is about more than just a milestone. It is a celebration of resilience, excellence, and transformative power in education. For 150 years, Prairie View has opened doors of opportunity, empowering generations of African Americans and citizens of all races and nationalities to lead, serve, innovate, and shape communities across Texas and beyond. Here in Fort Worth, our alumni chapter has proudly carried that mission forward for more than 55 years, serving students, supporting scholarships, mentoring future leaders, and strengthening our community. We stand on the shoulders of trailblazers whose lives remind us that education is the catalyst for change. We honor distinguished alumni and community leaders such as I.M. Terrell, Reby Carey, Jimmy Ross, our past presidents who sit with us here today, Dr. Tanya White, Ricky Howard, Alvin Scott, our chaplain, Michelle McElroy, our financial secretary, Jonathan Tamplin, and then, of course, we thank Albert for giving us opportunity and making opportunities for us to have access to Commissioner Simmons and get this resolution done today. Their work has helped expand educational opportunities, strengthen civic engagement, and advance the fundamental right to vote, rights that generations before us fought tirelessly to secure. As we celebrate this 150 years of Prairie View A&M University and many, many years of service for Fort Worth Alumni Chapter, we recommit ourselves to ensuring that every generation has the opportunity to learn, lead, vote, and leave a legacy of excellence. Thank you again for this incredible recognition. We are proud to represent Prairie View A&M University, where excellence lives here. It lives on, and our legacy continues. Because we know Prairie View produces productive people. PV.
You know.
Thank you.
All right, Next, we have a resolution recognizing Corporal Don Graves for his defense of liberty and for his role in defeating socialism and related ideologies. Commissioner Kraus.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare. I'm incredibly excited and honored to be able to bring this resolution today honoring one of America's true heroes in Corporal Don Graves. And a couple months back, especially on the national scene, I started seeing a lot more candidates, a lot more parties talking about socialism. And for a long time, at least in our country, it seemed like we understood the lessons that socialism and communism taught us, which were they were anti-freedom, they were anti-liberty, they brought death and destruction wherever they went. But there was this growing trend, it seemed like, in America that socialism was kind of back on the rise, that it was seen as maybe a good alternative to what was going on in our country. And I certainly understand the frustration and disappointment, but socialism, communism were never the answer. And so it started alarming me when I started seeing candidates in some of our major parties start winning primaries, start touting that message on a large stage and it actually being accepted by some. And so thought about doing a resolution in Texas. I think that is a road we never want to go down. In Tarrant County, we always want to stand against those insidious ideologies that take away freedom, that take away liberty. And so I thought we need to have a resolution that says Tarrant County does not believe in those values, does not stand with those values. And the overwhelming majority of people in Tarrant County refuse to live by those values and principles. And so as we were doing that, usually when we do a resolution, when we bring something in this court, there's usually somebody to accept that resolution, that proclamation. And so we started talking about it with our office. Who would be good to represent that or have that presented to? And the person we kept coming back to was Don Graves, because he has seen on literally the front lines of battle the insidious nature of socialism, authoritarianism, fascism, and his work in Iwo Jima and other places allowed us to have the freedoms and liberties that we have today. And so as we talked about him and thought about him coming out, we thought, well, then it needs to be more than just a statement against socialism, against communism, against those forms of government. It needs to be something in celebration of a truly American hero. And so I'm going to read this resolution that not only talks about the values and principles that we hold dear in Tarrant County and rejecting the terrible, awful ideologies of communism, socialism, and others, but will honor the man who represents many, many other men and women who have fought so valiantly to make sure that we don't have to live under those dictator-like systems. And so I'm ready to read these resolutions. Whereas at the age of 19, U.S. Marine Corps veteran Corporal Don Graves valiantly fought against the ideologies of socialism, authoritarianism, and fascism in the World War II Battle of Iwo Jima, a 36-day fight that is known today as the bloodiest battle in Marine Corps history, with 6,821 U.S. service members killed and nearly 20,000 wounded. And whereas Corporal Graves enlisted in the Marine Corps at the age of 17, and upon landing on Iwo Jima with the mission to secure the island, carried a 72-pound flamethrower into battle, and after the battle concluded, was one of 18 men left out of 335 surviving in his unit when he left the island. And whereas Corporal Graves witnessed the raising of the American flag on Mount Suribachi, now forever memorialized in the iconic photo, raising the flag on Iwo Jima. And whereas Corporal Graves, along with those which he served in the United States Armed Forces, successfully fought and defeated these ideologies in the National Socialist German Workers' Party, also known as the Nazi regime, Italian fascism, and Japanese authoritarianism, paving the path for the United States to beat the communist evil empire of the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, also known as the USSR, in the late 20th century. And whereas historical implementations of socialism and related ideologies have consistently led to economic collapse, widespread shortages, authoritarian rule, and an explicit rejection of our Creator, resulting in the imprisonment of at least 10 million people in gulags and in the deaths of over 100 million people worldwide through famines and mass murders. And whereas our American ideals of individual liberty, as enshrined in the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights, and is fought and died for by countless service members throughout our shared American history, empowered citizens to innovate, create, and prosper through personal initiative, and furthermore serve as a shield against socialist principles that advocate for government redistribution of wealth and the forcible transfer of property. And whereas modern-day socialist organizations in the United States, which have encouraged class warfare between Americans, have no other goal than to forcibly impose a socialistic regime upon this great nation, throwing out the U.S. Constitution and destroying the hard-fought legacy Corporal Graves and his fellow service members have left to us. And whereas Corporal Graves' role in fighting the godless ideology of socialism serves as a reminder to our shared commitment to constitutional principles, economic opportunity for all, and the timeless truth that free people exercising their God-given rights build stronger, more prosperous, and more just societies than any other authoritarian collectivist alternative. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, on our 250th anniversary as a nation, do hereby recognize Corporal Don Graves for his central role in defending American liberty and defeating socialism. And be it further resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court reject the evils of socialism in all its forms and opposes any implementation of socialism in the United States, in witness whereof we have hereto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 4th day of August, 2026. I move adoption.
I'll second. We have a motion and a second.
I have comments.
Any discussion?
Yes. So first, I want to honor Mr. Graves for his valor and his service to our great country. Thank you, sir, for your courage and your patriotism. They stand on their own. So my next statements are to Commissioner Krause. When I read I was stunned by the ideological inaccuracies used to promote division here. And I think he started off, he just admitted he wanted to make an ideological statement and then looked for someone to use to do that. So either this resolution recognizes Mr. Graves, or it doesn't. Why sully this monumental moment where this county can celebrate Mr. Graves' courage, sacrifice his service at Iwo Jima with this unmistakably political grandstanding? Why? Why?
The next person that speaks out will be removed. This is not your time to speak out and yell out on things you agree or disagree with. It will not be tolerated in this room.
I would like to share some replacement language. I'm going to vote to recognize Mr. Graves, whether this is accepted or not. But my suggested language is, whereas at the age of 19, U.S. Marine Corps veteran Corporal Don Graves valiantly fought against the Japanese forces in the World War II Battle of Iwo Jima, a 36-day fight that is known today as the bloodiest battle in Marine Corps history, with 6,821 U.S. service members killed and nearly 20,000 wounded. And whereas Corporal Graves enlisted in the Marine Corps at the age of 17 and upon landing on Iwo Jima with a mission to secure the island, carried a 72-pound flamethrower into battle, and after the battle concluded, was one of 18 men left out of 335 surviving in his unit when he left the island. That's phenomenal. Whereas Corporal Graves, along with those with whom he served in the United States Armed Forces, successfully fought and defeated the Japanese forces on Iwo Jima. And whereas Corporal Graves witnessed the raising of the American flag on Mount Suribachi, now forever memorialized in the iconic photo raising the flag on Iwo Jima, Now therefore be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court on our 250th anniversary as a nation do hereby recognize Corporal Don Graves for his central role in defending American liberty. I'd like to offer that language as opposed to
Is
what
that a
what you
motion
have
to
here.
amend?
I move to amend the resolution with the language.
So hang on just a second. Go ahead.
Just curious, what part of the rest of the resolution do you find objectionable?
The entire resolution is
What is it
objectable.
about
We're not
extolling
gonna
liberty
debate.
and calling out socialism do you find objectionable?
I am not endorsing the historical inaccuracies, the conflation of distinct ideologies, or the present-day political commentary that you have added to this resolution. It's partisan and divisive.
It's not partisan. Have you
It's
heard? There's many
partisan and
Democrats that have come out lately and said, man, I am very nervous and
Sir, you said it
concerned.
yourself in introducing the resolution. You talked about the partisanship. So
No, not the
let's
partisanship,
let's
the
just
ideology.
recognize-
Let's go one at a time here.
Let's just recognize Mr. Graves.
All right, we have a motion.
My son too he's a captain in the Marine Corps.
All right, we have a motion
so-
to amend. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the amendment? Leave this as is, we'll take a hand vote. Any further discussion on the amendment? All right, seeing none, if you are in favor of the amendment, raise your hand. If you are opposed to the amendment, raise your hand. All right, so the amendment fails 2-3. Takes us back to our original motion. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing.
And I would just say we do have Don Graves here to present the award to. One thing that makes it incredible, I think Corporal Graves has told me, flamethrowers averaged about a lifespan of 8 minutes in battle because they always tried to take them out specifically because they knew how much damage they would do. So for him to survive that Battle of Iwo Jima, especially with the position that he had and what the task he was given to do, is certainly just incredible. So I'm honored that you would be here today after we vote for this. I want to invite you to come up and accept the resolution.
Okay, we have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously, 5-0. Mr. Graves, can you make your way here? And let's give you a round of applause.
Well deserved.
I just want to say there's a couple of decisions I made in my life. One was to receive the Lord Jesus Christ. And the second one, I moved to Texas. And then I would like to encourage you. We got to take care of it. We got to take care of our state. Thank you. Thank you. I'm gonna walk downtown with it. The first time I ever saw him, he was running for judge. His shirt was all wrinkled, and we had a big dinner there, and he was working hard. And then all of a sudden, someone said, well, who? Don Graves. It's Don Graves. He's over there, sitting there. He's eating right over there. Thank you.
All right, that concludes our proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section. The time is 11:26. We will go into recess and reconvene at 11:35 sharp. We are now in recess. I can't get this right. Straight. All right, we are back from recess. The first item is agenda public comment. Please respect the time. When I ask you to move away from the microphone, please do not continue to try to speak. Everybody gets 1 minute. And I'm going to start with the names of the people who were signed up in the other item. So first is Donna Collins. And because I just hand scribbled names, I may get your name wrong. But after Ms. Collins, Carol, it looks like Raheem. Rayburn, boy, that is not how I wrote that, but okay. Donna Collins, Carol Rayburn, Danny Minton.
Donna Collins, I signed up for this time too. The purpose of government is to protect the rights of citizens. In doing so, I applaud you for this entity for maintaining no new revenue rates for the last 3 years, and I wish to encourage you to be fiscally responsible in doing so again this year. I have questions about the community grants for Precinct 2. It appears, from my reading, looks like $17,000 in grants across 4 organizations to be used in the next 2 months. Does this mean that there's a surplus of money in the Road and Bridge account for Precinct 2? If so, this looks like the typical use it or lose it budget ploy that can result in wasteful spending year after year. I'm not saying that the causes are bad, but where were their needs last October or in January? If this is the case of use it or lose it spending, I ask that these requests be denied. On elections, I don't think I'm going to get there. Thank you for your time. God bless.
Thank you. Carol Rayburn, I believe, is what we said. It's Carol Rayburn here. Danny Minton. Following Mr. Minton, I wrote Sarah Chavez Wrecking, but I feel like that was one letter off.
Sorry, this is a little bit low here. I remember my very first time to vote was when I was in college. It was a big moment in my life. I went to the student union and proudly cast my vote, where I became what I considered a very proud citizen in this country. I am sickened by the fact that we have made the laws more difficult so that we actually have to close these polls at our schools and disenfranchise our children from being able to start to become the American citizens we want them to be. I implore you to not close these polling places. This does not look good. The optics are horrid. And as a person running for Congress, I'm trying to change people's lives for the better, not making it harder for them to practice being an American citizen. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Carol Rayburn present? Oh. So Sarah Chavez, is it Wrecking? No?
It's Wrecking.
Okay, my apologies.
That's okay.
Then Kathy Aroka.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. I am a resident here in Precinct 4, and I am speaking on the elections administration for the voting locations. It's interesting to me that Fort Worth has just been named this spring the 10th largest city in the United States. And within this county, as we've been named the 10th largest city, somehow we are reducing the locations to vote. That logistically does not make sense to me. And as someone who Fort Worth is my hometown, I love this city and this county, and I want to see people be able to easily access voting and be able to use their freedom and right to vote. I would ask that you consider not only keeping our current polling places, but possibly even expanding it, because I do think it is a very important access for all of our residents to have. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Following Ms. Aroka, we have Nancy Murphy.
Arocha. Okay, good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your physical discipline over the past 3 years. Keeping the budget below the no new revenue rate, the restraint has mattered to the taxpayers of this county and has not gone unnoticed. As you prepare to adopt this year's budget ceiling and preliminary tax rate, I'm asking you continue that same discipline. Families and businesses in this county are still stretched thin. Every dollar this court asks is a dollar taken from a household budget. I'm also asking for full transparency on all county expenditures, including the community grants from Commissioner Simmons' proposals that were tabled last meeting for lack of documentation. Taxpayers deserve to know exactly how their money is spent, who receives it, and why. Documentation isn't a burden, and it shouldn't be vague. It's basic accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Nancy Murphy here? Michaela.
Hello. Good morning. My name is Michaela Mohadri-Ravani. I am a resident of Tarrant County. I'm a Move Texas member, and I'm here today to speak against the reduction of polling locations in Tarrant County. Earlier this year during the primaries, we again had record numbers of voter turnout. I cannot tell you how exciting that is to see as a young voter. So imagine my frustration to hear that my county is considering cutting polling locations by nearly 50%. By decreasing the amount of polling locations, you will be disenfranchising eligible voters from being able to exercise their rights. The County Commissioners Court should want to meet that energy by keeping these polling locations open. Campus polling locations are essential to activating young voters for lifelong civic engagement, as well as being accessible to the surrounding community. Students with heavy course loads, busy parents, elders in the community, people with disabilities, young voters, Democrats, Republicans, and people somewhere in the middle, all being disenfranchised under the guise of cutting costs. A good government doesn't cut the costs of the backs of its people. The people of Tarrant County want their voices to be heard, to use their rights, participate.
Thank you. Please step away. Thank you. Next, we have LaVonne Cockerell. Following Ms. Cockerell, we go to Ken Shimamato.
Good morning. I'm opposed to reducing polling locations because too many people in Tarrant County are already hurting. Kaiser Health News ranked Tarrant County #1 among the nation's 20 largest counties for the concentration of medical debt after $800 million was pulled from JPS by this court. Childhood asthma, we're #1. 1/3 of our residents carry significant medical debt, almost $1,000 per person for the 2 million people who live here. 1 in 5 adults under age 60 have no health insurance in this county. Please don't add more pain by making people wait in line in possible inclement weather and no seating. As the voice in Field of Dreams whispered, ease the pain. Ease the pain of the elderly standing in line like me, the exhausted working person rushing from work. Ease the pain of the exhausted election worker that I have done. Just ease the pain. Additionally, the program of your $4,000 a week salary with 1 monthly public meeting might be considered a form of socialism.
Thank you. So I won't repeat this again. So if people applaud the speakers, speak out, say things, you're going to be removed. That's the last warning. Mr. Shimamato, following Mr. Shimamato is Blaine Toole.
When I heard that this body was planning to reduce further the number of polling places they had already reduced last year, I was reminded of something my father said before I cast my first ballot 50 years ago. Son, you must vote whenever you have the opportunity to. If you don't, you lose your right to complain. Now, that was a joke, but it contained a gram of truth. The ability to decide how and by whom we will be governed defines us as citizens. This latest attempt to silence the voices of Tarrant County voters reminds me of a line from my father's favorite television show of all time, the Army McCarthy hearings. Have you, sir, at long last, no sense of decency? The question stands.
Blaine Toole. Following Mr. Toole, we have Candace Swanson.
Good morning, everyone. Tarrant County has a population of over 2.2 million residents, 1.4 million registered voters, with Fort Worth having officially just become the 10th largest city in the country this May. With this year's primary having the highest voter turnout in recent memory, why are we cutting polling locations in half? Money? Because the sheriff forgot how to budget for overtime, so the county had to scramble to cover it? Was it the garbage staffing contracts that didn't fix any of the problems? Are we out of money because of the wrongful death lawsuits from the county jails? Was it lawsuits over gerrymandering? Or is someone just scared of losing their job? Because this is blatant voter suppression. Don't jerk us around. You can find the money. Open up the polls. Let the people speak, because it's time for a Jim Crow era to go. Thank you. Have a happy Tuesday day.
Thank you. Following Ms. Swanson, we have Stephen Lawrence.
Thank you. This country was built on the radical idea that power flows up from the people, not down from a dictator or a king. Voters in Tarrant County understand that a handful of people who cannot win an honest argument are suppressing the vote in order to win. They know there are more of us than there are of them, and they fear us. Activists will be fighting to protect access, but Tarrant voters, you need to use the superpower that the founders gave you. Make a plan to vote, invite a neighbor to vote with you, encourage your circle of friends to vote. If you can volunteer to drive people to the polls, and when you encounter long lines at the polls, stay in line. Stay in line. Do not give up your power to these people. Together, we can do this.
Following Mr. Lawrence, we have Mary Calloway.
Hi, my name is Stephen Lawrence. I live on Valentine Street near Railhead Barbecue. I'm a lawyer in Fort Worth. And the past two times I tried to vote were in the special election at Como Community Center. One time the parking lot was full and I had to wait. Both times I had to wait in line. The people in my neighborhood, not all of them have vehicles, and they are all working class people who have to go to work more than once a month. So reducing the number of polling locations, increasing the lines at a time when the county is growing and we have historic participation is hard to come up with an explanation for. Furthermore, I'm the founder of Clear Rule of Law, and both the lack of speaking time and the lack of voting opportunity will be on our fall scorecard. So consider what you do wisely, because our creator is watching, and so is Tarrant County.
Thank you. Then we have Katherine Godby.
Hello, my name is Emery Calloway. I'm the Vice President of the Tarrant County Young Democrats. Tim O'Hare and Tarrant County are once again choosing to make voting harder at the expense and in the name of fiscal responsibility at the expense of voters' access to the ballot. With higher turnout expected, you are proposing just 176 polling locations for Election Day in November. In March of this year, a primary, mind you, we had 199. And now for a general election that will bring even higher turnout, you want to make that number to 176. Let's be real. You're asking voters to accept even fewer locations in the biggest election of the cycle, and you expect it to run efficiently and effectively? I think not. This is a slap in the face to voters. It's a slap in the face to students who cannot vote on their college campus. And you're taking that right away from us. But this isn't just about the number of polling locations. If you look at the burden, the poorest 25% of Tarrant County have an increase of 52.5% in their average travel time to their earliest polling location on Election Day. The wealthiest have 3.8%. Do better, do what is right, restore the polling locations. We need more rights.
Following Ms. Godby, we have Kevin Burge.
Catherine Godby, speaking to the majority members here. People have fought and died for the right to vote. Over 600,000 people dead to end the evil of slavery, 6,500 documented deaths from racial terror, lynchings, the Bloody Sunday March in Selma, the assassinations. The right to vote, access to the polls is a recognition of equal humanity. Every vote cast honors the life and death struggle to have America finally say, my God, yes, we see you, and yes, you are equal to your white neighbors. America is the right to vote. It is wrong to suppress that. You're on the wrong side of history. You're dishonoring what it means to be an American, and more than that, you're losing your humanity.
Following Mr. Burge, we have Doretha Polite.
Now, ironically, this site plan presented here today will make it more difficult to vote, even for the people who elected you. In an election where every state office is on the ballot, just after congressional redistricting, and when voters choose their next U.S. Senator, we would have fewer voting places than we did in November of 2025, which is an off-cycle, low-turnout election. Now, I wonder why that is. We don't know because the Elections Department hasn't published the methodology. I ask you to table this vote for at least 1 week. Do not vote for this plan and create a plan that is practical and sufficient. I'm a Marine Corps veteran. I fought for democracy overseas in Iraq and Afghanistan. I believe in freedom. I've handed the folded flag to grieving mothers when their sons also fought for democracy. From what I've seen today, I can't tell if you still believe in democracy. The choice is yours. Make a wise one.
Following Ms. Polite, we have Carla Morgan.
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and commissioners. My name is Doretha Polite, and I'm here representing the Texas Civil Rights Project, a nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to protecting access to the ballot for all voters. I'm here to oppose the proposed cut to Election Day polling locations, which would effectively heavily burden voters during a midterm general election. As we wrote in our letter to this court last week, we are concerned over the lack of legal authority for this action. The only statute cited by this court clearly contemplates combination with the precinct lines change after a redistricting, but this county last redistricted over a year ago. And even still, the statute only allows those changes to avoid unreasonable costs, but costs necessary to put on an election so people can vote are not unreasonable. Finally, there is no justification for this move, which is unconscionable and not low turnout and not low cost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Rayburn.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I'm Carol Rayburn. I'm an Arlington resident for 45 years. I'm a retired UTA mechanical engineer. I worked the elections for many years. And dropping the locations that we have by 140 locations makes a severe impact on the locations who are left. I worked the election day for the primary at the sub-courthouse. I was the judge. We started at 7 a.m. We didn't finish voting people until 9:30 that night. We had over 200 people in the overflow area when we locked the doors. We had about 250 students from UTA. 40 to 50 of them were not in the poll pad correctly and had to stay another 2 hours after they had already waited in the line to get their information updated on the poll pad. But they voted. We were not going to let them get out the door. We had a long line, an hour to 2 hours long all day. Don't do that to us again. Put one at UTA, please, on day of election.
Thank you. Don't know if I read this name yet or not. Carla Morgan. Representative Goodwin is already gone. Catherine Cano, and then Gwen Baroud. Is Ms. Cano here or Ms. Baroud here? All right, next we have.
Is it me, Gwen Baroud?
Yes, you can go.
Hi, I'm here representing Texans Defending Democracy, a nonpartisan nonprofit dedicated to ensure that every Texan has a voice free from voter suppression. Tarrant County is booming. Since the last midterm, we've grown from by over 1.2 million registered voters to now over 1.3 million registered voters. Yet, as the population surges, you are proposing slashing access to the polls. If the majority of this court used the population growth to justify mid-district redistricting, Why is that same logic not applied to polling access? The math ain't mathing because if a growing electorate justified gerrymandering, it also justifies expanding and not restricting voter access. And we're told this is a cost-saving measure, but defending these cuts in court will cost taxpayers far more in legal fees. So, and for those voters who are feeling discouraged, as the saying
Thank
goes,
you.
those in power
Thank you. Please
fight
step
so
away
hard.
from the microphone. So next we have Daniel Scherer, Francis Charley. Daniel Scherer a second time, unless that's a junior. George Dodson. E.J. Carrion. Following Mr. Carrion, we have Buff Kaiser.
All right, so I want to let everyone know this is a win-win. All right, a win if they don't vote for this, so we make our lives easier to vote. A win, we still have a historic November election. Commissioner Simmons, I don't think they get it. So many of us started showing up after the racial gerrymander. All this new talent, people running against you, Commissioner Ramirez. We have a great candidate with Nydia Cardenas, who showed up because of the same fights you guys are trying to do today in August. And so what happened in June created the March signal. And what's happening in August will create a historic November. You guys are so desperate that Matt Krause is picking in his bucket down to Truth Social, Rumble, and just saying, socialism, authoritarianism, y'all come and help us, please. And Manny, you said you're all about cooling the temperature, and yet you vote for this extremist bullshit. All of you are bullshit.
Remove him immediately from the room.
I'm walking out, you small man.
You have disrupted this meeting. We are now in. You are disrupting the meeting. We are now in recess. All right, let me make a couple of announcements. Number one, I am going to conduct this court and this proceeding and every other proceeding in an orderly, professional manner. This is the business meeting of the Tarrant County Commissioners Court. This is not a political rally. For those of you who follow the rules, which is an overwhelming majority of you, thank you. For those that do not, if we have another outburst of any kind like that, I am clearing the chamber of all non-employees. We will bring you in one at a time. You will get your opportunity to speak, but it's not going to be in front of an audience. I don't want to have to do that. I will not make this warning again. If there's an outburst from anyone in this audience, we will clear it and bring you in one at a time. So I think I've made that very clear. That's exactly what I will do if it happens. My hope is that it won't, and everybody will get up and be respectful and follow the rules and follow the instructions of the court. With that, I believe we are to Buff Kaiser. Following Mr. Kaiser, we have Janet Mattern.
Thank you. I'm Buff Kaiser, and we applaud the commissioners for moving on from Hyder Garcia as our election administrator, and there have been some improvements. Thank you. But while Denton and Collin counties have long since adopted hand-marked paper ballots that are optically scanned and fully auditable, Tarrant continues using hard equipment that failed logic and accuracy tests and was successfully hacked during a county test. And we still often ignore chain of custody records, tagging, and security. And our procedures for analyzing and riveting mail-in ballot issues fall woefully short of those that Denton uses. Finally, we are refusing to provide cast vote records by day and early voting location as Texas law requires. And
thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Ms. Mattern is next. Following Ms. Mattern is Lori Stellis.
My name is Janet Mattern. I'm the president of the League of Women Voters of Tarrant County. The SOS guidance for combining of precincts and reducing poll location states prioritize voter access. Your main consideration when combining precincts is to ensure every voter is adequately served. Balance costs. Combining is designed to avoid an unreasonable spend, but only if cutting costs provides a substantial benefit to your voters. When choosing between saving money and adding polling locations, always lean towards the option that best serves your community. Oppose any reduction of poll locations. Put your voters first.
Thank you. Lori, I'm sorry, how do I pronounce your last name?
Stelgis.
Stelgis, okay. Following Ms. Stelgis, we have Bob Willoughby.
The court is considering making another cut to polling locations from 304 to 176. The primary had more voting locations than we might have for the midterms, despite the fact that voters at our location had a 1 to 2 hour wait to vote. Wait time is about to get much worse because there will be 3 to 4 times the number of voters who vote in the midterm than in the primary. How are election clerks supposed to manage voters frustrated by long lines? Clint claims some sites should be able to handle 130 voters per hour. During this past primary, we were lucky to handle a fraction of that because the ballot was long and our location only had 3 duos per party. The November ballot will be equally long, and casting a ballot just takes time. It is your responsibility to make sure we have enough locations and equipment to accommodate our voters. How are disenfranchised voters supposed to feel when you've made it harder to vote, not easier? Convince all of us that you will act responsibly by voting against these cuts.
Thank you. Following Mr. Willoughby, we have Jake Murphy.
Tim, thank you for going back to 2 times a month for this. You're going to go 3 times a month. You're going to give us a minute. I'm going to need 3 meetings to get this out. Most people hear about the voting polls being shorted. That's important, yes. There's something more important, the tally room. In 2023, a video came out from a whistleblower. None of the questions were asked about the tally room. Administrator Garcias resigned. Presiding judge of early voting ballot, Katherine, I can't say her name, resigned at the same time. And then she came out publicly and made a public announcement that she is bipolar and a radical left-wing Democrat. Now, this is the presiding judge. She's back in there again. Why, is what I want to know. With over 2 million in Tarrant County, we could not find one qualified person to replace Administrator Garcia, so we had to bring Clint from Wyoming here to do the job. I don't understand that. He doesn't answer questions. He's squirrely. He's never answered me since the first time I came down and seen you.
Thank you, sir.
1 minute's not enough time, Tim.
Thank you, sir. Jake Murphy is next. Is Mr. Murphy present? Next, we have Ebony Turner. Following Ms. Turner, we have Reed Bills.
Ebony Turner, Democratic nominee for Texas House District 96. And obviously, I'm here in opposition to cutting any polling locations and in favor of increasing them. But I'm also here to set the record straight. Y'all stop lying on Tarrant County and saying it's the last urban red county. What it is a voter-suppressed, racially gerrymandered, poll cutting, sending letters to alive folks, telling them they're dead and can't vote county. All because they can see what's coming. Because the latest poll numbers between Abbott and Hinojosa and Talarico and Paxton and the March primary was definitely a foreshadowing of November with record numbers of Democrats turning out every single day. Why? Because our motto is when we vote, we win. Your motto is we can't win unless we cheat. So since we're doing silly resolutions today, now therefore be it resolved that we the citizens of Tarrant County will vote these cheaters out in October and November. Thank you.
Following Mr. Bills, we have Lisa Yanni. Is Mr. Bills here? Okay, which one is this? Which one are we on? This is Reed Bills, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I didn't write it down.
I am here to report a violation to the Election Integrity Task Force. The Elections Administrator is attempting to disenfranchise young and minority voters by limiting polling places in communities where this population lives and attends college. This action should be investigated. It's a blatant voter suppression and should be prosecuted.
Next, we have Lisa Yaney and then Jolyn Potenza.
Hi there. I was born in Fort Worth and celebrated my 60th birthday here. I've also lived in Azle, Bedford, and Keller, and am familiar with voting in those precincts. I've voted for Republicans, Democrats, and independents. Voting should be easy for everyone. Fair elections are fundamental to freedom, and part of that fairness is access to polling places. To cut polling places from 316 to 176 on Election Day in November is a 45% cut, in addition to proposed cuts in early voting locations. That's for 1.4 million registered voters. I don't have to tell you that that would reduce voter turnout. Y'all know that. It would create longer lines and longer drives for many citizens, which is unfair. City and county governments exist to serve the people, not the feds or special interests or fascism. On behalf of my family and friends, I respectfully ask this court to reject these proposals and add more voting locations. Page 87 of the budget anticipates.
Thank you. Thank you. So, all right, that one's already gone. So Jolyn Potenza. Next is Israel Gonzalez. Gabe Gonzalez. Do we still have a spillover room? 2 rooms still? Nate Smith, but they can all see who is coming. So, Cammie Johnson.
Good morning. My name is Izzy Gonzalez. I'm a member of Move Texas and a former Fort Worth ISD educator. I'm here to simply call out what this budget cut really is, which is voter suppression, corruption, and just an act out of your own fear. 42% of citizens in Texas are 30 years old or younger. You fear the youth of Texas turning this county blue. It seems to me that you are just clutching on to what little power you have. Unfortunately for you, the citizens of Tarrant County hold more power. Let's say you do have a real need to save money for this county. Going after a public service that empowers United States citizens is cruel. Attempting to take away one of the most patriotic acts a citizen can perform is wrong. That's it.
So that was not Cammie Johnson. So why did we take that one off the list?
Sorry, Judge. The way the software is designed, once we click on her name, we don't have any other option than to remove them.
I guess, okay, well,
When
why,
her turn is up, we'll run a physical timer.
okay, why did we click on her name?
We have to keep up with the list in order for the overflow screens to reflect where we are on the list.
Okay. So since they're all going away so fast, Cammie Johnson was the last name up. But there were two different names, very similar to his. You can't move this fast. I gotta be able to see them. Yes. And then who was the one just after that I just said her name?
My name is Gabe Gonzalez. I am a Move Texas leader and a Northside resident of Fort Worth. I believe cutting the budget and reducing polling locations is disenfranchising the people of the city the opportunity to vote. Tarrant County showed up in record numbers in the spring, and this county should be proud of those numbers. Instead, it feels like you fear them with this proposed budget cut. The invitation to exercise our freedom to vote should be met with more polling locations, not less. The residents of this city deserve more, not less. Please put Texans' fundamental right to vote ahead of budget savings. Invest in our democracy. Keep every polling location open.
All right, Cammie Johnson. Is there a Cammie Johnson? All right, next, Selena Vasquez. Following Ms. Vasquez is Diala Musa.
Good afternoon, County Judge. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Selena Vasquez. I am proudly Diego's mom, a community volunteer and a resident of Arlington. These are the boys that I spend time with all the time, the winners of James Martin High School talent show. And these are the boys that will be affected with the cuts if y'all cut the voting locations. I ask you respectfully, please do not reduce the voting locations because it's going to make it harder for my son Diego and his friends, the winners of the James Martin Idol contest, to vote. Reducing voting locations is unpatriotic. Reducing voting locations is un-American. I ask you all to please reconsider and not cut the opportunity and create more barriers for my son, Diego Fernando Vasquez, and his friends at James Martin High School. Thank you very much, Commissioners and Judge.
Thank you. Diala Musa. Charles Bills. Following Mr. Bills is Ambika Sharma.
One thing is, you could be honest. You could just go ahead and say that you are closing these election polling locations because you don't want people to vote. It's not about saving money. If it was, last year you wasted a bunch of money trying to replace the ballots with ballots that had serial numbers that you didn't end up using. So any claims that you're fiscally responsible are false. Thank you.
So Ambika Sharma. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Last week, I attended the Los Angeles County Board of Supervisors, which is equivalent to this Commissioners Court. Here's what I witnessed. Number one, they meet every week. 2, agenda is available in 4 languages. You can speak, you can dial in and speak via phone. You can also sign up to speak in person in real time. You don't have to sign up a day in advance. Interpreters are available to translate public comments, and real-time translation is available via headsets and an app called Worldly AI. I was in a state of shock to witness a human-centered approach to public access. Now let's compare to this court. You meet once a month. Public comments can only be in person, not via phone or virtual. Speaking time is based on the number of people who have signed up, not number of people who showed up. People are removed for clapping. People are removed for speaking out. People are treated like a disruption instead of the reason this government exists. You keep telling us not to California, my Texas, while in reality, you keep Russia, my Texas. You three boys from the
All right,
GOP.
hang on. That's it. We're going to clear the entire chambers now. You'll get your 10 seconds left. I told you how it was going to go. So we're in recess until the chambers are cleared. Okay. Take that one, remove him from the building. Remove him. Remove them all. this Chandler. So where's Chandler? In these, do you know in these rooms, can people hear what I have to say? Or is it on? Okay. All right.
Give a manual, it's got right there. So
He just answered. Okay. Yes, sir. All right. So are we able to go live now? Anybody? Are we able to go live here or back from recess? Yes. Okay. All right. All right, we are back from this recess. So how we're going to handle this is we're going to invite people in one at a time. After a person has spoken, they can remain in the courtroom so long as we don't have any other disruptions. If we have more disruptions, we're going to do it again. There are more sheriff's deputies here in the building. There are more sheriff's deputies here in the room. And for people that disrupt the meetings, be warned, it is a crime, from my understanding, to disrupt a public meeting. And I believe the sheriff's department is going to start making arrests for those who have outbursts and disrupt public meetings. My hope is that no one is arrested the rest of this day. My hope is that we do this in a peaceful, orderly, civil fashion. But again, that will be up to the people that are coming into the room. So Ms. Sharma, I believe, probably has 10 seconds left. Following Ms. Sharma, we have Tara Maldonado Wilson. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to call names, and as anyone gets to that outside door, we'll bring them in. Okay? Do we need any sheriff's personnel to know that's the
we've
way we're
given
doing
them manual copies of the list, so they're going to try to. The staff's going to try to call names out there ahead
Okay.
of time, and
All
they've
right.
been briefed that they're allowing folks to stay in the
So
room.
do not start any clock on any names. I'm going to read the following names.
Can I have a question clarification? So are people in the overflows or those were cleared too?
Yes,
They're
ma'am.
all over the building.
Yeah, there's
nobody was cleared from overflows.
Okay.
There's,
So just
or they shouldn't have been.
There's 2 overflow rooms. There's one in 504C, that's primary. Secondary is down on the second floor where the employee rest area is. We have screens and audio at both of those locations. We also have lists up there so people can see who's in there. We also have staff there with manual lists calling names ahead of time to try to make the things move.
Okay.
So, but to my knowledge, no one's been cleared from the building.
Okay.
All right, we have Ambika Sharma, Tara Maldonado Wilson, Aaron Blackwell, Jaden Martinez, Bob Harper, and Tiffany Burks. Any of those you can bring forward. Huh?
My name is Bob Harper. I was one of the names.
Hang
you
on.
called.
Yep, just a second here. So Just, you don't have to clear names. I can scroll up and down and see names. Just do a timer off of their name. Don't do it on their names. Can we do that? Okay.
Okay, am I clear to speak?
No, give us just a second here. Okay.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare and honorable commissioners. My name is Bob Harper, and I am the Election Day judge at the Brookside Center in Hurst. And my comments are solely about that center. I don't have information about any of these other places, but what I wanted to respectfully ask you to do is to return Brookside Center not only on Election Day, but also to the early list. Many, many people in Hurst vote at Brookside, and what will happen is if there's no early voting there, they'll wait until Election Day. Instead of having 13 days to vote them, we'll have one. So it may be a little selfish on my part, but my crew will handle whatever happens, but we would certainly appreciate if you would consider opening Brookside again for early voting. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can remain in the room if you choose to do so. Who is this person?
Junior Izano. He's the state rep district.
I called this name out?
You did. No. Or somebody outside did.
Okay. Well, I didn't call his name?
Not yet. No,
Okay.
He's
Well,
further down on the
okay.
He's further down on the list, but they called him.
Okay. So do we have Tara Maldonado Wilson, Aaron Blackwell, Jaden Martinez, Bob Harper, Tiffany Burks, yep, Jack McGee. Do you have a way to remove Bob Harper or no? Okay. Jack McGee, Fran Rhodes, Bishop Kirkland, Harriet Harrell. Do we have any of those? Have you not already spoken? Oh, you're the one that had 10 seconds left? Okay, come on up. You don't need to start any clock. I'll deal with it.
Okay, let me know when.
Go ahead.
So I'll finish. You keep telling us to not California my Texas, while in reality you keep Russia my Texas. You three elected officials from the GOP shut down dissent, as Putin does, and you just did.
Okay.
The ability to
All right,
speak
your
truth to
time is
power
up.
is
Thank
the...
you. All right. Who has entered the room that I have called your name?
Tiffany Burks.
Okay, Tiffany Burks, go ahead and step up.
Good afternoon, Tiffany Burks. The worst type of election fraud is one that does violence to our Constitution. I am in my 29th year as a criminal attorney, and in 1997, I took an oath to uphold the Constitution and protect the rights of its citizens. 3 of you that sit on this dais have also taken the oath, careers as attorneys and those who wore the badge. You have built your careers and your public identities on a single promise that you will follow the law, that you will protect it, and that the rule of law is sacred. So I want to ask all of you directly, where is that principle today? Selective devotion to the law is not integrity. It is corruption, dressed up as a principle. Please do not sit before your community as guardians of the law and then use the machinery of government to make things harder. Manny, I know you. Work with you. Keep
Thank
your
you.
oath.
All right, so please remove Ms. Burks. Ms. Burks, you can stay in the room if you choose to do so. Okay, Tara Maldonado Wilson. What's your question?
Is the YouTube feed back? I'm getting text that the YouTube feed is not up.
My staff says it is, but I'm checking it myself right now.
You may proceed.
Hello, Commissioners. Tara Maldonado Wilson, Precinct 1 resident. I'm here because we got to talk about the facts. The facts of the matter is that this body cut our tax rate down to the bone. And when we hear you talk about the fiscal ability to hold elections fairly, it is because you did that to yourselves. You did that to our right and our ability to vote. So I speak to all voters who hear my voice today in this court and far and beyond that we have a duty to show up in November to vote at the top of the ticket for state representatives who have fought for our right to vote at the state level, to fight for Commissioner and vote for Commissioner Simmons, who has been fighting for us here in this court, Invite for all the other candidates down ballot, because you will have more than 50 choices on your 50 races or more on your ballot to vote in November. So while you wait in line for your right to vote, also while you're in the polling booth, make sure that you start at the top and you go all the way down to the bottom and you pick those people that have been fighting for your right to vote and have been standing up so that you can use your voice effectively. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is Mr. Blackwell here? Jaden Martinez. Yeah, I will call them as I call them. Please take a seat. I know, please take a seat. Jack McGee, Fran Rhodes, Bishop Kirkland, Harriet Harrell, Joe Walker, Colin Kilpatrick. Please state your name, sir.
Name is Aaron Blackwell. Okay. Hello, I'm here to talk about the proposed reduction in voting locations. I believe that it should be the default opinion to create as many opportunities for these constituents to vote your constituents. If diminishing our ability to vote for the sake of ease or monetary gain were as simple a solution as you have made it out to be, then the advice that I would offer to you is not to stifle the many voices of Tarrant County purely because it is simple and easy. As Christians, how can we love thy neighbor when we're silencing them in the same breath? How can a public vote in good conscience for people who are taking their rights away and the rights of all they love? To Tim O'Hare, I know that Tim O'Hare claims that most voters are unaware of what is even on the ballot, but it is not your place to dictate the rights of the people based on your assumptions of their knowledge. And to Commissioner Kraus, if you say that you are against authoritarianism, then you should be against limiting voter rights. Thank you.
Got it, okay. All right, so I don't remember calling it, but I'll take everybody else's word for it. Nate Smith.
All right, my presumed reason our election administrator is for site closures is a need to save money. Setting aside that budget has nothing to do with his role, Republican commissioners have also cited saving money as the reason for past voting site cuts. I don't buy that narrative. This is an obvious attempt at voter suppression to win an election as Republicans are headed into the toilet. But let me suspend disbelief and engage in the fantasy that this is budget driven. Here are the facts. Republican commissioners voted through the county's irresponsible tax cuts of the last several years. Republican commissioners provided the state's most incompetent and often sued district clerk a salary bonus. Republican commissioners have refused to insist on any reforms in a jail that often ends up in expensive inmate deaths. If there is a budget crisis driving these closures, it's of Republicans' own making. They should not tax the time of working people, forcing them to drive further and wait longer to vote due to their own fiscal incompetence.
Is Jaden Martinez in the room? Mr. Martinez. And you are welcome to stay in the room after you speak if you choose to do so.
All right. Our rights mean something. Do you want to set the example of taking away voting rights for your political opponents to copy? How are you going to gerrymander away people's voices and on top of that, take away locations for people's voices to be heard? Would you ever want to be on the receiving end of the actions you do unto others? What do your actions say about what the state stands for, what all of us stand for? Do we stand for fairness and opportunity, or do we stand for placing hurdles and barriers in front of our neighbors' fundamental rights? You say the main reasoning for limiting voter locations is lower voter turnout, but voter turnout has increased. We need more voter locations, if anything. How is a democracy supposed to function when the most fundamental right, our right to vote, is being diminished, suppressed, with all the barriers being put in front of it? There is only one group of people who make this world always a worse place, and that is people who value power over the humanity of our neighbors. I yield my time.
So is Mr. McGee here? Ms. Rhodes? Mr. Kirkland? Ms. Harrell? Mr. Walker? There's Bishop Kirkland. Mr. Walker, then Colin Kilpatrick, then Base Mego. Donna Collins has already gone. You can take that name off the list. And then Junior is here 3 or 4 down. Okay. All right, you may proceed. And you can stay in the meeting if you choose to do so.
Thank you, Judge. The Prison Constitution, you promised me life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. You lied. The Constitution promised me a Bill of Rights, in particular my First Amendment right. Then you threw me out the court. You lied. You deemed me, the Constitution deemed me 3/5 of a man. You lied. No matter how hard you try, I'm a whole man. 1965, you promised me an equitable Bill of Rights. You lied. At Ellis Islands, you promised me, give me your tired, your weary, your huddled masses, yearning to be free. You lied. I made a promise to my country. I promised to support and defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Gentlemen, that includes you. I've heard it a million times in this chamber for people to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. But what happens when they don't have straps or boots from which to pull up? You are denying these people a right to vote. You take my tax dollars, hear my voice.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Is Mr. McGee present? No, Miss Rhodes. I did not see her in any of these rooms today. I know who she is. I would say take her off the list. Take Donna Collins off the list. She's already gone. Do we have anybody else whose name I have called in the room? All right, we will now go to, forgive me if I don't pronounce it correctly, Junior Izanu. Mr. Izanu, you can go after this speaker here.
Harriet Harrell, clearly you can see that this proposal before you is being perceived by citizens as morally reprehensible. Here are just a few of the questions that we have. Why reduce Election Day vote centers from 316 to 176 while the population continues to grow? Who made these decisions? What criteria were used? Why wasn't there citizen input? What's the impact on voters? Which sites were eliminated and why? Was there any equity analysis conducted? How do you justify vast swaths of the county with no voting place? Judge O'Hare, Commissioners Manny Ramirez and Matt Krause, with no rationale, you leave us no choice but to assume that you are afraid of Tarrant County voters. Please prove us wrong and reject this proposal.
All right, I would say at this point, remove, obviously, Dr. Harrell. I would remove Jack McGee. I'm getting a list printed for me where I can go back and look at the names. Mr. Izanu, please proceed. Here we go.
Good afternoon, commissioners and judge. Thank you for your service. Thank you for the time to speak today about the proposed reduction of voting sites in Tarrant County. My name is Junior Izanu. I recently won my election, my primary election, to serve as the next state representative for District 101. UTA is in my district. UTA was the first location I ever voted at when I was a 19-year-old college student going to UT Arlington. To see that UTA was pulled off the early voting sites for the first time in a decade, to see that nearly half of our election day sites have been eliminated is shameful. It's an act of voter suppression, plain and simple. So I'm here today to urge each and every one of you, all 5 of you today, to vote against this reduction in election day sites and early voting sites. I want you all to know that those who decide today to use your privilege, your vote, to strip Tarrant County residents of their rights will be remembered in November. Poll taxes, literacy tests, and acts of violence didn't stop us back in the 50s and 60s, and this won't either.
Thank you,
Changes
sir.
come.
Thank you.
All right, I have Joe Walker, Colin Kilpatrick, Base Mego, William Winston, Darren Hector, Nathan Johnson. Okay.
All right, so I'm here today to talk about the fact that we are proposing to close a bunch of polling locations. Now, the amount of registered voters in Tarrant County has increased 30% since the last midterms 4 years ago. And to be closing polling locations is just a very blatant act of voter suppression, and especially doing so after racist gerrymandering and redistricting happened. You know, When I joined the United States Navy, I swore an oath to defend the Constitution of the United States of America from enemies foreign and domestic. And when people try to take away our right to vote in America, they start looking like enemies domestic. I'm talking to you, comrades.
Thank you.
Did he just say what I thought he said? Did he say what I thought he said? No, okay, maybe not. I couldn't quite hear it. All right, we have now, I'm gonna say at this point, remove Joe Walker from the list. I thought I'd said that. Base Mego, William Winston, Darren Hector, Nathan Johnson, Billy Wilson. Yes, sir? Come on up.
Republican members of this body want to cut polling locations again, and if your reasoning is consistent with the one-sided last year, it's due to cost and lower turnout outside of presidential elections. But in March, both parties had the largest primary turnout in the last few elections, with Democrats doubling their ballots cast here and in 3 other counties. For the first time since 2020, Democrats suppressed Republicans. Last year, to justify more cuts for the 17 constitutional amendments, Mr. O'Hare said the public, 99% of the public, couldn't name a single one. So what does that say when you want to cut more polling locations, and as Texas has one of the most recognized gubernatorial and Senate races in the country? You can say it's about costs, but in June it was reported there was $4.8 million in discretionary funds. Then in 2024, you tried and failed to close 8 centers on college campuses, and we know where they lean. This county is the 3rd largest in the state, with growth largely driven by Black, Hispanic, and Asian residents whose population doubled over 20 years. One can't help but notice where these cuts are concentrated, and the cost I care about more and the most is discouraged American who doesn't understand why their government would make it harder for them to vote.
Thanks, sir.
Thanks.
All right, I'm going to say at this point, take, unless he's in the room, Base Mego off. That's not you, is it?
Base Mego?
Oh, come on up. And then we're going to take him off. Yeah, so.
Camp Pendleton. Big E. You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Graves.
Please set the microphone down, sir.
Sir.
Please set the microphone down.
A month ago, of reasonable accommodation, I submitted this to this court. It was approved. I set precedent at last meeting and used this speaking technique. Now you're trying to challenge me on this a month later of my speaking technique that was already approved?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. You can,
excuse me.
I don't want to speak over you.
This is
I don't want
to interrupt you when you could have done a private sidebar,
Okay.
a private meeting to address this
Please
issue.
remove him from the room.
This is ridiculous.
I don't want to speak over you.
Mr. Graves, I was here to honor you and they're disrespecting you through the social, anti-social agenda they're pushing.
All right. William Winston, Nathan Johnson, Billy Wilson, Lydia Bean. Did Nydia Cardenas not already go? No. Okay.
I know that each speaker at a public meeting represents hundreds, if not thousands, of people who do not come to a public meeting. So I and those people I represent today want to go on record as opposing any reduction of the polling places in Tarrant County for the midterm elections. You will have heard all the secular reasons for retaining the current polling places. So as a Christian priest, I will focus on your oath of office that you swore, so help you God. You swore to uphold the letter and spirit of the national and state constitutions. You did not swear to defend or protect partisan politics. And as you know very well, the political and secular reasons why some of you are bent on reducing the polling places in Tarrant County. What you seem to forget is that you violate the oath of office when you intentionally deny or impede registered voters of Tarrant County quick and easy access to the polls. God will not be mocked. So be blessed or cursed, not because of the actions you take today, but because of the
Thank you,
actions
sir. All right.
Thank you.
That was Mr. Winston. So now Mr. Johnson, Mr. Wilson, Ms. Bean, Ms. Cardenas, Mr. Hudson.
Thank you. My name is Nathan Johnson. I'm a state senator from Dallas County. I'm the Democratic nominee in the Texas Attorney General's race. I'm here with great concern about the decision of this court to reduce the number of polling locations. I don't have answers today. I do have questions. One question is, after 40 years of Republican control of this court with an emphasis on efficiency and cutting waste, have you concluded that your predecessors had twice as many polling locations as were necessary. Is this really about efficiency? How much money are you going to save? Because the whole function of this court is not to save as much money as possible. It's to make sure that you carry out the functions of government, and the legitimacy of your seats depends on people voting. There's a concept of corruption, a historical concept, that it's the deformation of political institution to elevate private interest or power over the public interest. That may be happening here. I gotta question why. Is it because of the political drift that's happening in Tarrant County right now? I do hope you all pull this off. I hope it's a great election, but if not, we're gonna have some really important questions. And I really wonder about a court that confuses
Thank you, sir.
intentionally.
Thank you, sir.
I'll
Thank
respect
you.
your time.
Thank you, Senator.
Is Mr. Wilson, did I just see him? Mr. Wilson. And if you are welcome to stay in the room after you speak, if you choose to do so.
Billy Wilson, Precinct 2. Happy Black August. Power to the people. I had cognitive dissonance. I actually was agreeing with Tim O'Hare. But then my mind got straight. He said, this election is the most important election in Tarrant County. This is the most important county. I fully agree with you. My mind was straightened, though, when I remember why. Your goal is to turn County red and support the MAGA Republicans and Donald Trump. It is important to us because we want a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. George Washington warned us against people like you who would use your political parties to consolidate power in a few and against the majority. As the president said, if we get this right, you won't even have to worry about voting anymore. So here we stand in resistance, saying this is the most important election because the threat of democracy has never been greater. So we say, wake up, HEB, wake up, Benbrook, wake up, Alito. Your Republican politicians are selling you out for white national interests. They are actively engaged in voter suppression, not just in precincts 1 and 2, but through the whole county.
Thank you.
We have Lydia Bean, Nydia Cardenas, David Hudson, Jane Collins, Melissa Solorzano.
Good afternoon. My name is Lydia Bean, and I'm running for the honor of serving as the next county clerk of Tarrant County. And I'm here to speak out against this push to close almost half of our voting locations for the November 2026 elections. This is a naked attempt to make it harder to vote. We know that this list of polls did not come from consulting with the community because the list specifically targets working class, Black and Latino neighborhoods. And you know, we've been here time and time again, reminding you why it's important for working people to have an accessible place to vote. Folks who can't take off time to work, who have small kids, who may not have a car. Our communities have told you, and that's why we have to ask if perhaps the county judge is putting political pressure on our elections administrator behind the scenes, just like he did with our last elections administrator. We need local officials to stand up for our access to the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you. Nydia Cardenas, David Hudson, Jane Collins, Melissa Solorzano, and Danette Allen. And again, you may stay in the room if you choose to do so after you speak.
Should I go like this because it feels like that's what one has to do to stay in this room? My name is Nydia Cardenas, and I've been coming to Commissioners Court.
No, you just have to not scream out, yell, and jump up and down. That's all you have to do.
You're using my time, so I've been coming to Commissioners Court since you racially gerrymandered our precincts. And Commissioner Ramirez, maybe you would like to know why I decided to run against you. And voter suppression is just one of the many reasons. Today, we have yet another example of our incompetent leadership when what Tarrant County deserves is excellence. Excellent leadership would know that to be a good steward of our collective future, the question we should be answering is how to be elected leaders who inspire people to participate in our democracy. Not, oh, voter suppression is a way to save money. Let's do it. No matter what hurdles you put in place, we will organize, we will vote, and we will elect excellent leadership that listens and works for the people. And if this room was full of people, they would all be standing up right now when I say, who's ready for a new Commissioners Court?
Okay. David Hudson, Jane Collins, Melissa Solorzano, Danette Allen.
I was an election judge a number of times in my precinct before the days of vote centers. I was always skeptical of these vote centers. I was here in 2020 when a different Commissioners Court, completely different members, went to vote centers in Tarrant County for the first time. And it was said over and over again that they're only increasing flexibility and convenience. There's going to be no reduction in access or proximity to the voters. I saw enough confusion when there was a simple rule that you voted in your precinct. Most people knew where to go, but some people didn't. And when those people didn't, we would at least give them a clear answer. This is where you're to vote. This is the first time that Tarrant County is making a reduction, 45%. I don't see that being justified in the numbers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Collins, then Melissa Solorzano, Danette Allen, Anthony Tomu Noini, Patrice Jones.
Okay, I want to be speaking against reducing the voting places because I think it's really important for people to have at least this one chance to influence what's happening. And I saw Judge O'Hare on a TV interview, and you were saying, well, the reason that we supported redistricting is because we have conservative values here in Tarrant County. Well, I know I don't, and I can't speak for everybody, but I'm for public education, affordable housing, mental health care, living wages, and public transportation. I'm willing to pay taxes for those kind of things. What I am against is privatizing everything so that only certain people can afford.
Thank you. Is Melissa Solorzano here? All right, I've called that one several times. Danette Allen, Anthony Tomu Noini, Patrice Jones, Dr. Michael Bell, Katherine O'Leary, Lon Burnam, Daniel O'Leary, Sabrina Ball.
Ready?
You are?
Danette Allen.
Okay.
Got it. County Judge O'Hare, Commissioner Kraus, and members of this court, my name is Danette Allen, resident of Precinct 3, and I'm here to oppose the proposed cuts to our polling locations. While you say this is about cutting costs, with every polling place eliminated, costs are added to your constituents in gas, time, and long wait lines, falling hardest on working people, seniors, students, and caregivers, the same people who can't be here today. Every barrier you add does not just inconvenience people, it creates non-voters, and that harms our democracy, despite party. This follows the court's decisions to end the free bus program that got low-income residents to the polls. Judge O'Hare, you said it isn't government's responsibility to get people to the polls. I disagree, respectfully but firmly. It is the fundamental, sacred duty of county government to protect, facilitate, and defend every eligible citizen's right to vote. That duty doesn't end at the ballot's existence. It means making sure people can actually reach it. Commissioner Kraus, your constituents are watching.
All right, is Anthony Tomu Noini here? Patrice Jones, Dr. Michael Bell, please state your name.
Cutting polling locations and growing communities is voter suppression, gift wrapped in white supremacy and desperation. Fear has a funny way of revealing itself, and right now it's written all over your actions and your faces. As you continue making it harder for working families, seniors, students, and Black and brown voters to exercise our most fundamental right in democracy, may this awake our communities to see that if our votes did not matter, y'all wouldn't be working overtime to make voting feel like an obstacle course. Huey P. Newton said, "The young always inherit the revolution." Our young people are watching, organizing, and taking notes, so trust and believe the receipts will be saved. Here is a community call to action. Register every student, organize every block and neighborhood, turn out every family, and let's unseat every elected official who supported limiting our access to the ballot box. We have the opportunity to make history here in Tarrant County by electing our first Black female county judge.
Thank you. Anthony Tomu Noini.
She's not here.
Dr. Michael Bell. Katherine O'Leary.
Hi, my name is Katherine O'Leary. I'm a retired physics teacher from Fort Worth ISD and a Tarrant County voter.
I was a poll worker during the 2026 primary where there was only 2 Democratic voting machines, whereas versus there were 10 Republican. We were fortunate to get 3 additional voting machines, but there were 2-hour waits at other locations. My point is the law requires polling places for all voters to be able to vote closest to their precinct. The state previously required to have polling place near each precinct. Tarrant County currently has 707 precincts, some as few as 7 or 14 people to 5,000. So it doesn't make any sense that we have less places to vote. I haven't discussed the number of items on the ballot, which takes the voter longer, which is why our lines are longer, which is why we need more polling places. I haven't even talked about revoking the polling places at the Asian Times Square for Election Day when you had it there for early voting. That is a big representation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, is Dr. Michael Bell present? All right, Lon Burnham, then Daniel O'Leary, Sabrina Ball, Robert Barrett, Tanner Trask, Deborah Kratke.
Thank you, comrades. Thank you for the many, many pre-Christmas gift presents you have given us to celebrate the amazing disrespect that this administration and court have for public participation. I have 9 hours graduate level in public participation, and let me tell you, for the last couple of years now, all we have seen is total disrespect for the public. I know it doesn't matter a whit what we say when it comes to facts and information. You even totally disrespected Dr. Bay's Mego for disallowing his ADA request when he picked up the microphone and turned around because he has issues. He's on the spectrum. He needs respect. But we know that we don't care about basic human rights.
I've asked
Any
you to
of
set
them.
the
For
microphone down. Please remove him. We will go into recess because you're disrupting the meeting again. All right, we're in recess. Okay. We are now back from recess. I'll call out the following names: Dr. Michael Bell, Daniel O'Leary, Sabrina Ball. Are you Mr. O'Leary? All right, come on up. Sabrina Ball, Robert Barrett, Tanner Trask, Deborah Kratke, Margie Goggins, and you are welcome to stay in the room after you speak if you choose to do so.
Hi, I'm Daniel O'Leary, a retired engineer from Lockheed Martin and General Dynamics, as well as a Tarrant County voter who opposes reducing polling locations. My wife and I were poll breeders in the November runoff. We witnessed the value of physical presence at the polls to increase voter turnout. Texas was previously required by law to have a polling place in each precinct. Tarrant currently has 707 precincts, some as small as 17 voters, thanks to this court's gerrymandering. Reducing polling locations further makes no sense, considering the population increase since the last election. Our polling place is very close, but never has the extremely long lines I see in the areas from which this court is trying to remove polling access. Is this because of the number of judges in my neighborhood? Don't know. The U.S. Constitution gives us a right to vote regardless of the cost. Voters are supposed to choose their elected representation. Stop taking actions that will allow politicians to choose the voters who are allowed to participate in democracy. Commissioners, we're watching you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to say at this point to remove Dr. Bell's name from the list. Sabrina Ball.
This morning, I saw on the local news, it said, Fort Worth, commissioners will vote to close polling locations. Not maybe, not consider, that you will. I could come up here and give you a rational argument, but you know, I know, the local news knows you don't serve the people of Tarrant County. If you did, you'd get your sheriff in line. People wouldn't be dying in our jails of hunger or thirst or beaten to death. You'd be working on public health and affordability. Our taxes would actually serve us. You'd make sure we had more access to the polls. You would have nothing to fear from our vote, but the people see you now. They've watched you serve yourselves, and their lives have not improved. They know what you know, that this county is the key to Texas and the country, and they will wait in whatever line, jump through whatever hoop, because they know what a real public servant looks like. She's sitting to your right.
All right, we have Robert Barrett, Tanner Trask, Deborah Kratke, Margie Goggins, Marquetta Clayton, Hunter Griffin, Laura Lehman, Russ Sykes, Pam Durham, Charles Wiedemeyer, Aisha Hassan, Shay Griffin. Could you please state your name for us?
My name's Robert Barrett.
Okay, thank you.
My name's Robert Barrett. Like I said, I'm a lifelong Tarrant County resident, and I have to say at this point, I have never felt more embarrassed to be a part of this community. I honestly appreciate this move that mainstream Republicans in the state are doing, because you guys are all but admitting that you've lost when it comes to ideas, and now you're doing whatever backhanded tactic it takes to maintain your power and take it away from working people like me. I took the day off to be here because I have a real job that provides value to my community, unlike you people who meet once a month to pretend and grandstand like you're doing something great, whereas you do nothing. You bring 35 deputies in here because you're a little scared of the opposition that you're facing. I think, frankly, that is pathetic. And I appreciate the eye contact you're maintaining with me, because I hope this hits you somewhere deep in your heart if you still have one, okay? This idea of cutting polling locations to limit the power of the vote for people like me, working class people, and also my brothers and sisters of color, it is ridiculous, and you guys ought to be ashamed of yourself.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Trask, Ms. Kratke, Ms. Goggins, Ms. Clayton. A reminder, if you speak, you're welcome to stay in the room at this point. All right, do we have any of those? State your name for us, sir.
Nope, wrong one. Tanner Trask.
Okay.
So my name is Tanner Trask, and I am the minister in training at Westside Unitarian Universalist Church here in Fort Worth, Texas, in Commissioner Miles's district. And I have lived in Tarrant County since I was 12 years old. I currently live in District 4, Commissioner Ramirez's district. Others have already gone over the number of lower polling locations and a lot of feelings they have about that, I tend to agree, because Tarrant County's population has grown by over 100,000 people in the intervening years since 2022. We have more people living here. We have more people registered to vote. There is no good reason to reduce polling locations. So that only leaves bad reasons. And those of you who are planning to vote for these proposals know that what you are doing is wrong. You know that what you are doing violates your oath of office. You know that what you are doing breaks the covenant between you and your constituents. It is not too late to change this. Voting is a sacred right, and defending voting rights is a sacred duty.
Thank you. Ms. Kratke.
In Arlington, the zip code with the highest poverty rate is 76010. Let's say that Carol lives on West 4th Street and has no car. She can currently walk to her polling site at the UT campus just a few blocks away. If that site is eliminated, she would have to walk 1.3 miles to the nearest site on East Lancaster and then walk 1.3 miles home. But what about Fort Worth? On a larger level, let's look at polling sites in the Rosemont area that are being eliminated. The Rosemont neighborhood in South Fort Worth loses walkable access to the vote because all three of the historically walkable places are eliminated under this proposal. Within this area, 3 walkable posts are being removed: Rosemont Middle School, South Hills Elementary, and South Christian Episcopal Church. I find the discussion of socialism today ironic, since this is how socialism works.
All right, is Ms. Goggins present? Ms. Clayton present? Are you Ms. Goggins? Are you Ms. Goggins?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak this morning. My father was a veteran of World War II, and I'm a proud native of Fort Worth. When I was a little girl, he would always take me to the polls with him because he wanted me to know how important it was to defend our right to vote as Americans. At the time, I thought it was perfectly normal that we would pay a poll tax in order to vote. It was only later that I learned that that was an act of voter suppression. I find it ironic today that we opened with a celebration of a gentleman who risked his life to defend America. One of the primary values of America is the right for people to vote. This is an effort to deny people the right to vote. I think you all know that very well. You don't need to hear it from me. I would ask you to listen to your better angels. Serve the people, serve the Constitution, serve your country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Clayton present? Then we have Hunter Griffin, Laura Lehman, Russ Sykes, and you're welcome to stay in the room after you speak.
Good afternoon. I'm Marquita Clayton. I'm your judicial candidate for the 371st District Court. I think it goes without saying that closing 140 polling locations is not a physical responsibility. It's voter suppression dressed up as a budget decision. The court found money for jail staffing contract that's cost us nearly $1.2 million, canceled just a few months later, while the jail still remains severely understaffed. Yet now when democracy requests an investment, suddenly money becomes the priority. This is a part of the pattern. The county ended free rides to the polls. It attempted to remove college voting locations. It redrew precinct lines mid-decade, now proposing to make voting harder by eliminating nearly half of our polling places. Polling places are not wasteful expenses. They are doors through which citizens enter democracy. Commissioner Ramirez, you previously stood against removing college locations. Today, will you stand for voter access or will you close the doors?
Thank you. All right, is Hunter Griffin present? Mr. Griffin, then Laura Lehman, Russ Sykes, Pam Durham, Charles Wiedemeyer, Aisha Hassan, and Shay Griffin.
My name is Hunter Griffin. I live and work inside Tarrant County, and I have a few words about where my tax dollars are going and how this court is run. It's run like a circus. As you can see, we have people in vans being held down to the jail. We have people getting pulled out all the way downtown so they can sit in a jail cell tonight. And we know how this court feels about jail cells. They want people to die in them. So is this a strategy, Tim O'Hare, by you to kill your opponents? That's my question for you. These polling locations should be open. If you care about free and fair elections, why are you trying to cut corners and save money on elections? Do we care about elections? Do we care about them being safe and secure? I would agree with you that no, y'all don't. So please, keep these voting locations open. It's the least you can do. Because all the other BS that y'all put up here and make us vote on, make y'all vote on, is terrible. So how about instead of giving y'all a raise and working less, how about you help out us for once? How about that? Thank you.
Is Ms. Lehman present? All right, how about Russ Sykes?
Well, the more I've heard, the less I actually have to say, but I did hear Mr. Krause speak about freedom and democracy earlier this morning. I trust you all support our democracy and want to foster it. It beggars the imagination to think that closing half of the voting places would help with that. I consider it a form of sabotage against the institutions we have and treason against the spirit of democracy itself. And we will be watching. We will come for you with our votes.
Thank you.
So Lehman and Sykes, you're taking off the list, right? All right, Pam Durham, Charles Wiedemeyer, Aisha Hassan, Shay Griffin, Justine Allah. Did Kathy Arocha already go? Did she go during this? Okay, you can take Kathy Arocha off. All right, Pam Durham, Charles Wiedemeyer, Aisha Hassan, Shay Griffin, Justine Allah, Maricela Aramino, Meredith Thomas, Estella Williams, Harold Parkey. Did he already go? Take him off. Is Beto here? Is that somebody sign that up? Hi. Come on up.
Good afternoon. On behalf of my boss, State Representative Chris Turner, I'm reading this statement. On behalf of his nearly 200,000 constituents in House District 101, I'm submitting this statement to express unequivocal opposition to the proposed early voting and election day voting locations being considered by the court today. Today's proposal will drastically reduce ED voting locations by nearly half from 316 polling places available in the 2022 midterms to only 176 sites in 2026. The proposal also significantly reduces EV voting locations from 50 to 42 sites. There's simply no justifiable reason for this ill-advised plan. Closing nearly 50% of voting locations will leave Tarrant County voters facing transportation barriers, greater travel times to polls, and longer lines to cast their ballot, limiting their ability to participate in one of the most fundamental rights guaranteed under the Constitution. Slashing polling locations will disproportionately harm seniors, working families, communities of color, students, and residents with limited transportation. Tarrant County has seen repeated challenges in recent election cycles related to long lines. Reducing locations now would exacerbate those problems and create avoidable barriers to participation. At a time when our population continues to grow and when public confidence in election administration...
Thank you.
Thank you.
Pam Durham, Charles Wiedemeyer, Aisha Hassan. Are you Miss Hassan? Yeah, come on up.
Since Commissioner Ramirez seems to have flown mostly under the radar, I'll be addressing you directly. Build roads before rooftops. According to Commissioner Manny Ramirez, that's the recipe for smart, sustainable growth. That's not the only recipe Commissioner Ramirez seems to know and use to impact our communities in Precinct 4. Cut the polls before the election takes a toll. That is the recipe Commissioner Ramirez is using along with the conservative majority on this court. Let's call this what it is. Another recipe where the ingredients are fewer voting sites, longer lines, and communities pushed further from the ballot box. Commissioner Ramirez, you do not get to build a smart growth brand in public while quietly making it harder for the people in your growing precinct and county to vote. Precinct 4 and Tarrant County deserves more than your weak leadership. It deserves a commissioner who grows access to democracy, not one who shuts it down. It deserves a Nydia Cardenas.
Thank you. Pam Durham, I'm going to go ahead and say remove Pam Durham from the list. Ken Shimamato is already gone. I don't know what just happened there.
These are all people who have gone.
Okay, where is this thing?
So we're up to Durham and Wiedemeyer. So Shea Griffin should be the next one.
Did you say Durham?
Yeah, she was.
All right.
Pam Durham and Rita Meyer.
Are you just at the back at the top?
I'm not sure what happened, Judge.
Well, well, I can probably just scroll down here.
Just scroll down.
Okay.
Charles
Just give me a second here.
Shay's the next one.
Who? So as far as I'm concerned, you don't have to take anybody off a list. I can just look at the names, call them out. If you have a way to clock it without tying it into the speaker, that seems so simpler to me. Pam Durham, we've said that one a number of times. There's no Pam Durham. Charles Wiedemeyer, he doesn't seem to be here. Shay Griffin. Then Justine Alla, Kathy Aroka. If you can take Arocha off, take that off. Okay.
My name is Shay Griffin, and I live and work as an attorney in Tarrant County. This is my first time addressing this court. I'm also about to be a first-time parent, which is informing a lot of my thinking these days. I find myself frequently asking, would I want my child to see me do this? Would they be proud of me? Shutting down polling locations would not be fair, just, or equitable. I don't think it's responsible to close down polling locations without a plan in place for how people in those areas can vote. I think there has to be some substitution that is equally as convenient for these closures to be constitutionally and ethically permissible. In law, we call this an adequate alternative remedy. I invite you today to consider your legacy and your children. Humans are not inflexible. Redemption is always on the table. I believe we should all strive to leave the world, or even just our county, better than we found it. Lastly, gerrymandering and closing polls is not the American way. No taxation without representation.
All right. Is Justine, are you Justine? Okay. Are you not able to take Kathy off the list?
I'm Justine Angelo Alla. Oh, you're set. Okay. Hi, I'm Justine Angelo Alla. 176. 176 compared to 316 voting sites during the 2022 midterms. 1.3 million registered voters. Is this a joke? Is this a joke? This reduction in voting sites is an insult to us, the residents of Tarrant County, and democracy. Apparently, the reason for this is all about efficiency. I don't think so. I think there are only two reasonable explanations for this. Either one, this is meant to make it harder for people to vote, creating long lines, confusion, and chaos. Or two, this reduction, under the excuse of saving money, is an admission of fiscal failure. No, sorry, general failure. We need to encourage more people to participate in democracy, not discourage it. Don't close the voting sites. Thank you.
Thank you. So Maricela Aramino, she went. Okay. Meredith Thomas, Estella Williams, Harold Parkey. Who did? Parkey went. Okay. Are you Mr. Parkey? Yes. Did he already go?
No, I'm right here. I'm just waiting for her. I thought he went earlier.
Okay. You haven't spoken already today, have you?
Not on this stuff.
You have spoken today? Okay, I think your time is already over. Go ahead.
I'm Estella Williams, president of the Fort Worth Tarrant County branch NAACP. So many deterrents, poll taxes, a lack of transportation, aptitude tests that are required, compassion for humankind, a respect of laws, rights, and regulations, and today, voter suppression. The plan to close over hundreds of election day polling sites, a deterrent. Commissioners, remove your fears and allow human and legal rights to be sustained and all voting sites to be maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. So, just so I'm clear, please take a seat, sir. Maricela Aramino has gone. Meredith Thomas has not gone. And you're Harold Parkey, and you spoke on the resolution section. And you took up the full minute, did you not? Yes, so you don't get a chance to speak. You don't get a chance to speak again. Once you use your minute is done. So I don't think Beto is here. Josh Lucas and Diane Simons. I'm going to guess Tallarico's not actually here. Marcia Mello is probably not a real name, unless it's a stripper. All right.
Hello. I'm Josh Lucas. Am I next?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So what y'all are doing is not conservative. You can go to the website stormerfortexas.com under the tab Wasting Our Money to see the millions of dollars that have been wasted by the majority on this Commissioner's Court. Your attempt to rig the election is unnecessarily exposing Tarrant County taxpayers to yet another lawsuit. This is not conservative. By catering to the billionaires and extremist base of the GOP and rigging the system to benefit yourself. The cutting of polling places began when Senator Taylor Ramett won in a landslide victory against Republican extremists. Then Democratic judicial candidates won 25 to 30% more voted for them than the Republican incumbent opponents. No other large county in Texas is cutting polling places. They're increasing them. So you were interested in saving money. You wouldn't be wasting the millions of dollars that
Thank
you're
you, sir.
wasting.
All right, Diane's, is Meredith Thomas, remind me, has gone? No. Okay, Meredith Thomas, Diane Simons, and you're welcome to stay in the room if you have spoken and choose to do so. Meredith Thomas, Diane Simons, Frank Stein, who is that one right here? Dick Bender, they got me on that one. I'm going to not say the next one, or the next one, or the next one. All right.
Hi, I'm Diane Simons. Oh, let me take off my glasses here. Reducing voting locations by 45% would make it harder for many people to participate in our democracy. Fewer polling places can mean longer lines, more traffic, and greater travel distances, especially for seniors, people with disabilities, working families, and those who rely on public transportation. Every additional barrier increases the chance that someone simply won't be able to cast a ballot. Our elections should be accessible, efficient, and trusted. Cutting nearly half of the voting locations risk creating unnecessary delays and frustrations for voters and elected workers alike. No eligible voters should have to choose between going to work, caring for their family, or exercising their right to vote, regardless of political party or candidate. Every voter deserves a fair and reasonable opportunity to participate. Instead of reducing access, we should be looking for ways to strengthen our election system, shorten wait times, and make voting more convenient for everyone. Protecting access to the ballot box protects our democracy. Thank you.
Thank you. Please state your name, sir.
Steven Sanchez.
Did I call that name? Steven Sanchez? Did I call Steven Sanchez? I don't believe I called your name, sir.
Maybe a long time ago.
Yeah, we're not going back to 10 a.m. So, all right, let me go. Yeah, so where are we here? Joe Palmer. And then, where are we? Where is Joe Palmer? Then I've skipped a few, missed one of them. Roderick, you didn't slip that one in there, did you? All right. So Joe Palmer, not going to do that one or that one. Then we've got Katie O'Brien Duzan. Okay. I'm now trying to read them so carefully to figure out what it says before I say it. Sorry.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie O'Brien Duzan, a proud Tarrant County resident and running to represent the people of House District 94 in the Texas Legislature. I urge you to vote for Tarrant County residents taxpayers, and working people who all deserve fair access to the ballot box on Election Day. Their time and voice is more precious than your fragile power. Vote against this corrupt and honestly desperate move to cut over 40% of voting locations in my district. Do your job that we're paying you over $200,000 each year to do. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sanchez, my apologies, I did not remember saying your name.
Time is precious. It's something a lot of us try to hold on to as much as possible. Some of us have a terrible time managing it. Some of us are really, really good at it. Some say time is a luxury. Some people say time is money, and I kind of agree with that. I do charge by the hour for my business. Time is really something that everybody's grasping for. And to leave everybody out, or lots of people out, of the time they have or allotted to vote is super unnecessary. And I feel like you've already made your decisions, and we're just kind of here to have you push the gavel down onto the wood. So, shameful.
Thank you.
All right, I've called Joe Palmer. Now, I can't imagine those are real names. Did you tell me this one is real?
Yes.
Claudie Busby. I'm not going to read that. I'm not going to read that. Is that Claudie Busby?
That's Mr. Busby.
And then Jimmy Blackwell. Governor Abbott's going to show up today. How about that? All right.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Good afternoon. We're back here again with the same issue. Recommendation closing polling places. I would like to speak to the public who's not attending the meeting because our commissioners feel they have all power. I was scheduled to work the runoff election this past May, and my polling place was closed. As a worker, with short notification, I didn't know my place was closed. How are the people who vote going to know the polling places are closed? This polling place has been a polling place where I voted for 30 years, and they closed it, and no one's going to know. So I took an initiative and put a sign out there that our location is closed so people know where to go. This wasn't just for Democratic Party members, it wasn't just it was for both parties. I took consideration that we need to have the people be able to vote. Closing polling places doesn't make any sense whatsoever. I guess the next thing we're going to do is have no elections whatsoever.
All right. Thank you, sir. Mr. Blackwell, Elizabeth Miller, Andrew Miller, Stacy Mello, Brisha Stern. Is that a real name? Brisha Stern, Allison Campalo. Is there a Mr. or Mrs. Worku? Isak Worku.
Hate having to be back here to look at y'all again, but I must say it's pretty laughable to me to see y'all up there. Y'all are a very entertaining bunch because when I look at the three of y'all, all I see is three little boys that are so afraid of voters, of any pushback. Oh, you didn't like that, Manny, did you? But it's the truth. Y'all are so scared of any pushback, and it's just laughable to me. If you were real men, if you were grown men, you would just say it in front of everyone that you're scared. Go ahead, just say it. Go ahead. Just admit to us the truth that you're scared of getting voted out, in particular you, Tim O'Hare, and you, Manny. Y'all are terrified of it. And I think it's laughable that you're over here calling all these recesses because people are clapping. Oh my gosh. People are clapping Meanwhile, you are the most disrespectful person in this room because it is a slap in the face to Tarrant County voters that you are trying to.
Thank you. Please have a seat. Thank you. Please have a seat.
Thank you.
Okay, remove her from the building, please. All right. Let's see here. Jimmy Blackwell, Elizabeth Miller, Andrew Miller, Stacy, that was that girl? Is that her? Who was that? That was who? Do y'all know who that was? Okay. I think that's that name. Okay. I think.
Hello, Brescia Stern.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Ben?
Yes.
Thank you. In 25, Commissioners Court reduced more than 100 Election Day polling locations and early voting sites for certain elections. That burden rarely falls on the able. It falls on those who can least afford it. To make voting access difficult is wicked, to say the least. To continue to move the line is blatant cruelty. It is appalling to continuously watch the ring being kissed. I stand here as a warning. One day we will all have to answer for the life that we've lived. Not the title we held, not the money we have, not the excuses that we made, not the asses that we kissed, not the choices we made when we had the opportunity to do what we know is right. Like demonstrating true compassion of Christ for all people, real justice, not just us. No, WWJD. No, really, what would Jesus do? I yield my time.
Mr. Blackwell, Miss Miller, Mr. Miller, Miss Campolo, and Mr. Worku.
Hello, everybody. My name's Allison Campolo. I think a lot of the other speakers have really said a lot of what needed to be said today. So I want to address what I think is going to happen once you guys get to this agenda item and you take the vote. Historically, I've seen that this body likes to kind of do like this, right? You like to point at each other and not take accountability. So I think Commissioner Ramirez is maybe going to be quiet on this one. Commissioner Kraus, my guess is you'll say, but this is legal, so it's fine. You can try to sue us, but you won't win. And Judge, I think you'll say, well, the Elections Administration submitted this list, so this is fine. I mean, this is all we have because they submitted it, and it's not my fault. And to that I say, Section 43 of the Election Code says y'all are in charge. So the election administrator can recommend things to you, and let's be clear, every single county employee has been threatened with their jobs to keep a budget under a very tight line, but y'all are in charge. And the buck stops with you, and you don't get to point like this anymore. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. We're now Mr. Blackwell, Miss Miller, Mr. Miller. I think everything from there up you can remove. Isak Worku, and then is that next name real? Dr. Obama Henty, yeah, I think I remember that one, and Pam Hardwick.
Isak Worku running for House District 91. Look at this empty room, at the empty chairs. This room isn't empty because no one showed up, but because there are too many of us that did. That is the whole issue. Every time we show up, you shut it down. This room or the polls, the fear is the same. You're scared from hearing from us. You don't stand with us, and we don't stand with you. You should open all the polls, but you won't. Our words don't matter. Then we'll vote, and you'll still lose, because you don't matter. This court doesn't give us the vote, the Constitution does. You won't take our vote, you won't take our speech. Your threats mean nothing, so cry while you can, because this November we'll have the power to kick you out this room. I yield my time.
Thank you.
All right, now we have Dr. Obama Henty, Pam Hardwick, Susan Anderson, C.J. Johnson. All right, Mr. Blackwell, you can go on up.
Judge O'Hara, I rise in strong opposition to any further tampering with reducing voter sites ahead of the November election, especially when this action is racially motivated and driven by evil intents to disenfranchise black and brown voters. This is an abomination to the voters of this county and city. This action needs to be defeated by all means necessary.
All right, Mr. Miller, Miss Miller, Dr. Obama Henty, Pam Hardwick, Susan Anderson, C.J. Johnson. Do we have anybody else, those names in the room? How many people are still in the spillover?
Probably about 25 or 30.
Okay, so here's what we're going to do right now. We're going to take we'll take a 10-minute recess. We'll make it 11. No, what is it? We'll make it 12. So that's 2:15. 11, it's now 2:04. Everyone that is in the building that wants to come back in this room can come in the room. Everybody that's in a spillover room, come back in the room. Contrary to what some of you may think, I have no interest whatsoever in throwing people out of a room. I have no interest whatsoever in having any disruptions. But if we have more disruptions, we're going to do it again, and we're going to clear it out. Why don't we all avoid that? So we will now reconvene at 2:15 with anyone and everyone in the building or outside that wants to come in the room. We're in recess. close this thing. Okay, so find them for me. So
You mean they're on the one
when you say they got deferred, like
they walk, she walked.
Oh, that's fantastic.
That is funny.
I hope they post that.
I ate a piece of chicken. Why don't we break for lunch? Oh, yeah. This, yeah. Mm-mm. Did I? They didn't bring me. Huh. I think I ordered a salad.
All right, back from recess. We have a handful of people who may have been on the list, may have been on the earlier list and deferred. There's at least one person saying they're on the list that's not on the list. So I'm going to call the names of those that I know are on the list while we look up one more. Kate Brennan. Miss Brennan, Allison Hoyt. Then Amy Super has 15 seconds, and then Linda Ford.
Good afternoon. I'm Kate Brennan. I'm a Grapevine resident, a lifelong Texan, a poll worker, and the Democratic candidate for House District 98. I am speaking today in opposition of cutting the polling places throughout Tarrant County. HD 98 would see a net loss of 9 polling places. 6 of those are in Euless, and as you likely know, Euless is a heavily more dense than other areas in House District 98. It's a dense population with a lot of people of color. This makes no sense. Grapevine, loss of 3 polling places. Again, another higher density city within my district and with lots of apartments and people of color. Again, it doesn't make sense. Colleyville, +1. Go figure. If you proceed with this action, it will likely lead to an expensive lawsuit.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Allison Hoyt, then Amy Super, then Linda Ford. Ruth, what about that last name? Okay, got it.
Didn't Super already speak?
For 45 seconds.
My name is Allison Hoyt. I'm a 15-year resident of Fort Worth and a voluntary deputy registrar here in Tarrant County. I'm also an unemployed former flight attendant who lost my job and my health insurance because of the current executive administration's geopolitical misadventures and my current legislative representative's unwillingness to stop them. I, like so many other working class people slowly rotting in this K-shaped economy, am desperate for change via the most legal, sane, and effective outlet through which I can obtain it, the ballot box. I've spent hours and hours this year phone banking and door knocking to try to drive voter turnout by telling people that their right to vote is sacred, immutable, and precious, that they can't elect politicians who do care and do work for them, and watching elected officials currently in office work to disenfranchise those very voters is, to put it as politely as I can, exasperating. Voters in the state already battle resignation and hopelessness on their way to the polls, and to place further barriers in their way is a dereliction of duty. If I may offer alternatives, you could actually increase the number of polling places. You could offer higher pay to poll workers to improve staffing.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Super, you have 15 seconds. And then Linda Ford.
12 consecutive days, 123 hours. Same number of machines to cast your vote during early voting. Please approve as submitted the list. That's it.
All right, thank you. All right, that's it for the speakers. Yes, yes, yes. Oh, you're the one. Okay, go ahead. I called you. Yes.
Yes, you did. Hi, I'm Linda Ford. I'm in Precinct 2. This morning, Commissioner Simmons, your supporters were overheard saying they were being reimbursed for their parking today. Whether that money is personal or public funds, this is deceptive. When people are paid to show up, it distorts what public support actually looks like. Neither this board nor the public can know how many of these attendees would be here if they paid their own way, or whether their stated opinions were shaped by that payment. What looks like grassroots support may simply be subsidized attendance. This raises real questions. Commissioner Simmons, how long have you been doing this? What is the budget for it? Where does the money come from? Will you open your books? You're running for county judge. The public deserves straight answers. Why should we trust you?
All right, thank you. All right, we now move to the consent agenda as amended. Do we have any discussion, motion on the consent agenda as amended?
So moved. Second.
Quiet in the back. All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda as amended. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, now we go to item C1, removed from consent, consideration of a resolution of the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, Texas, determining the cost of certain authorized improvements to be financed within the Bonds Ranch Public Improvement District, approving a preliminary service and assessment plan, including proposed assessment rolls for improvement area number 1 in the major improvement area, noticing a public hearing for September 1st, 2026, to consider an order levying assessments on property located within the Bonds Ranch Public Improvement District, directing the filing of the proposed assessment rolls with the tax assessor collector to make available for public inspection, directing county staff to publish and mail notice of said public hearing, and resolving other matters incident and related thereto. Motion, questions, or discussion?
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve. Discussion.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. How many utility districts are there so far in Bonds Ranch, in that Bonds Ranch edition?
There's just one for this particular, for a PID. This is the only PID within the.
There's already a PID. We didn't do a water. I thought we did a.
There are 2 mud districts.
I can't hear you.
There are 2 municipal utility districts that are located. They're freshwater supply districts that then go into.
So a PID and 2 muds?
Yes, ma'am.
We did not do a water. The mud is. We didn't do a water
No,
district.
ma'am.
And so this is another PID?
This is a public improvement district, the only one for Bonds Ranch that we have done.
Okay. What do y'all anticipate the average home will sell for out there?
Good afternoon, Commissioner, Judge Mary Petty, P3 Works. We're the county's PID administrator. We have information from a separate independent appraisal that they are targeting between $600,000 and upwards towards $1 million in the larger lots. That's a recommendation from the appraisal and an estimate from the developer.
Okay. How many utility assessments do y'all think total there might be out there?
There'll be 1 PID assessment on the first phase, and then there will be future assessments on future phases as they develop.
Such as?
Phase 2, when it comes online, those assessments would pay for the improvements that are installed that benefit that phase.
Okay, gotcha. I have a question about conflict of interest. Have all elected officials, county personnel, consultants, financial advisors, bond counsel, PID administrators, underwriters, and other participants disclosed financial, campaign, business, or professional relationships with the developer, its principals, and the other entities being paid through this transaction.
Yeah, the 1295 forms were completed, but I'm gonna have to defer to.
I can't hear
legal.
you, Megan.
I'm gonna have to defer to legal on that, but they did complete the 1295 forms when their contracts were approved originally through court.
Commissioner, under the local government code, if there is a business interest or other familial relationship, then there is a requirement to file a disclosure notice. I'm not aware of any having been filed in this instance.
You're not aware?
I'm not aware of any having been filed in this instance.
Okay. All right, because I know that 2 members of this court have received campaign contributions, so I was just wondering if that has been disclosed.
Under the local government code, it's limited to business interests and certain types of family relationships.
Okay. All right, thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second on C1. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes 4-1. Next is item C2, consideration of the issuance of Series 2026 Hospital Revenue Refunding Bonds in one or more series by the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corporation for Hendrick Medical Center in an amount not to exceed $300 million.
Move approval.
All right, I'll second it. It's a motion and a second. Any discussion?
So Megan, you know I always have the same question. One day I'll get it.
Sure, yes, ma'am.
What's the public value and benefit specifically for Tarrant County residents?
So I don't know about Tarrant County residents specifically, but because Tarrant County sponsors the issuing corporation, which is the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corp., we must approve, the Commissioners Court must approve the bond issuance. So it's required even when the finance facilities are located outside of the county with the approval of the other counties, which have approved this in this case.
So what do we get out of the deal?
We get an application fee out of this, which we've already received for this issue.
$10,000?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Any other comments or questions?
Yeah, so on the attached June 18th board minutes, Stephen Parks, Shelley Haverson, Kevin Stadler, and Pat McDowell were listed as being in attendance, but the same minutes say the motion was made by Kevin Stadler and seconded by Toby Jackson, even though Jackson is not listed among those in attendance. Which part of the minutes is correct?
So Mr. Dean is here. Mr. Dean is over the Tarrant County Cultural Education Facilities Finance Corp., so I'm going to let him speak to that.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioner Simmons. Randall Dean. I'm issuer counsel on behalf of Tarrant County Cultural Facility Finance Corporation. And to answer your question, if the minutes are inaccurate, they need to be amended. There should be, of course, the members present should be the members that made the motion and seconded. There were 2 issues on the matter for both THR and Hendrick, and so that may need to be amended and corrected.
Okay, well, I'm not comfortable approving a $300 million transaction on minutes that contradict themselves on who participated in the
Well,
vote.
I can assure you that I was at the meeting and there was a quorum and there was a first motion, a second motion, and a unanimous approval at the meeting of the members present.
All right, so I think it needs to be corrected before this court relies on the current board action, but that's just me.
All right, anybody else have anything on this item? All right, cast your vote. Passes 3-2. Next up is item Q4. Annual Contract for Family Support and Aftercare Program, Juvenile Services, Lena Pope Home, exercise second and final option for renewal. I'll move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Discussion.
So supporting youth after residential placement is really a very important investment that we can make to improve public safety and strengthen families. As we consider this final renewal, it's important that we understand not only the services being provided, but also the measurable outcomes being achieved for youth and families that we serve. So, is Riley here?
He's not, no, he's not here this week.
Okay. I just don't think you'll be able to handle all these.
There's, his assistant is here.
Oh, okay. Ooh, I was about to say.
Judge, Commissioners, Greg Sumter, Deputy Director.
Hi, Greg. Good to see you again.
Juvenile Services. Good to see you.
Can you talk about some success measures? Like, what specific performance measures does Juvenile Services use to evaluate this program?
So within our contract, we do have some measures of success. I do not have those numbers for you today, but can get them to you quickly.
Oh, okay. Do you know how many youth have participated under this contract since it began in August 2024?
I can get you those numbers as well. I can tell you that in the last year, around 30 families and youth were a part of this contract.
What's the recidivism rate?
I can get you those numbers.
Okay, all right, all right. The backup documentation, I'm skipping a bunch of my questions. It's like you're gonna have to get back to me. The backup states that Juvenile Services is pleased with the vendor. Can you describe the specific performance indicators supporting that conclusion?
So they're working with families. Once a youth is referred to a residential setting, they are working in the home with the families, preparing them for the youth's successful return. And then they begin to work with the youth once they return to the home.
All right. Yeah, we'll probably just have to have a meeting. Do you know what the county's plan is once this renewal expires in '27?
We think it is successful. What we're doing is preparing. While we have great success with youth going to residential and making changes, this offers us the opportunity to work with the families to make those changes for when the youth returns. So we would likely put this out for bid again.
Okay. All right. All right. I appreciate the work being done to support young people and families. So thank you. I'll schedule a meeting.
Thank you.
All right.
Any other questions or comments? All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your vote.
I'm trying.
All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to Q5, which is an annual contract for janitorial services and facilities management. Exercise first option for renewal. Questions, comments, or motion?
Yeah, I have some comments. I asked that this be pulled from consent just to ask a few questions about this contract and the contractors who execute it. What are the county's primary requisites for this contract? Is this a light duty or a heavy duty commercial cleaning contract? So what are your requisites for this contract?
So to maintain the cleanliness of all of our offices and all of our public spaces. The heavy duty meaning cleaning restrooms. So every aspect of each one of our properties.
All right. What changes in language, substantive content, or service requisites have we required in this contract over the past, say, decade? Have we increased the responsibilities, number of buildings or sites, types of cleanings, such as COVID-compliant cleanings back then, over the past 5 years?
So we required more cleaning during COVID, so we removed that aspect away from this bid. That was no longer needed. We have reduced the amount of days that are required to clean public spaces. So offices are cleaned every single day. Public spaces are only cleaned twice a week.
Twice a week? Okay. And how much has the value of this contract changed over the past 5 years? How much do we pay for janitorial services?
We set the wage rate, so the wage rate may have gone up a couple of dollars since the last time we bid it, which was just last year. So I would say that would have been a change to the wages that they pay the employees.
Okay, that's my next, that's where I'm going to next. So we set the wage rate, not Pritchard?
We do.
Okay. So I'm wondering, how much does Pritchard pay their employees per hour?
So that's listed in the back
Okay.
of the court communique. It's, I would say, I'm just guessing, 14-ish.
Yeah,
And for basic employees, and then more, I'm not sure how much more, but more for maybe someone more in a supervisor role. I forgot what they called it, the position exactly.
Do they offer medical insurance?
Yes. That's a line item in the spreadsheet as well.
Huh, okay. Do they offer retirement? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. Do they offer benefit, sick days, holidays, that type of?
Yeah, holiday pay is included.
Okay. So my concern is whether or not they're keeping up with the living wage. You know, for a single person with no children in Tarrant County, it's a little more than $23 an hour. And these companies are paying their employees about $13, $14 an hour. In my own buildings, the Mansfield and Arlington sub-courthouses, I've seen these contractors' employees come to work sick because they won't get paid if they're off, is what they've told me. I've seen an employee be off while pregnant, and we've had to pass the hat in order to help her get by. And I just think we're better than that. I'm interested to see what type of benefits those people that do the janitorial in my buildings or all of our facilities get. You know, it's sad to see their hours cut and all of this. I've sat down with them throughout the years, and I've told them, oh, I missed the janitorial contract. So I didn't want to miss it this time. And so I really want some, you know, solid answers about their benefits, what it would look like to get them closer to a living wage. So I move that we table a vote on renewing the contract. I want us to meet with the janitorial providers to see if we can better understand their industry and how we can encourage payment of living wage. I don't know if that's us or Pritchard. So at first I thought it was Pritchard, but you said we set the wage rate.
We set the rate.
So, I mean, I think if Walmart and Target can be encouraged to do this, then these companies might be encouraged to do the same thing, or we might be encouraged to do the same thing. I move that we table this contract until we get some more details
All
about
right, we have a motion to table the contract. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Any further discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, fails 2-3. Do we have a motion to approve this?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote.
Nay.
All right, it passes 3-2. Now we go to item Q16. No, that's not true.
Q10.
We go to Q10, which is sole source renewal of Tyler Technology Civil Process Software and Services.
I got my answers to Q 10, 11, and 12.
Does anyone have a motion on 10?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion to approve and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, is that a yes?
Yay.
All right, it passes unanimously. We go to Q11. Tyler Technologies Enterprise Jury Manager Products and Services Sole Source Renewal. Do we have a motion on this?
Move approval.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item Q12. Tyler Technologies, Tyler Courts and Justice Division Software and Services, sole source renewal. Do we have a motion on this?
Move approval.
All right, I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your vote here. Are you a yay?
Yay.
All right, it passes 5-0. Now we go to Q16. Q16 is consideration of Tarrant County purchasing policies and procedures manual revisions, amendments of section 21 and 29. I'll move to approve.
Second.
Second, any discussion?
So thank you for cleaning up the word flow of the original policy. I do have a concern with the new language, which states that a justification letter from the county department with technical knowledge of the industry to justify the sole source purchase must be generated, signed, and placed in the procurement file. As written, this standard is too subjective. It doesn't define who qualifies as having technical knowledge. Does it? Who has technical knowledge? You know,
So
is there a
this-
definition?
The wording came from an audit review from the DOJ, and the statement from them included the technical knowledge of the industry to justify any non-competitive procurement and not rely on statements from the vendor.
Okay.
Because the way we submit our sole sources, we submit a sole source letter to justify the portion that is sole source, and we vet it to make sure that what's written in the letter from the vendor is what's really the sole source. And so this new process that came from this audit is to now receive a letter from the department also justifying the sole source. And since the department knows the product, it would be the right thing to include a letter from them to support the sole source.
Okay, I just think there's a gap that could create a real risk. Any department head could sign off on a sole source justification for a vendor of their choosing simply by asserting familiarity with the industry. To use my own example, I have some technical knowledge of road and bridge now, right? After these 3.5 years, road maintenance, but that shouldn't qualify me to unilaterally select our asphalt vendor. So technical knowledge and procurement authority are not the same thing, and this policy currently conflates them, in my estimation. So before we adopt this language, I'd like to see an objective standard, ideally a rubric, that defines the qualifications, experience, or credentials required before someone can sign a sole source justification letter. Because as it stands, it seems like anybody in the department can. And then that gives the policy a defensible, auditable standard instead of a self-certification. So my motion is,
There's already a motion on the floor. Sure.
So when it comes to sole source in our organizations, Commissioner, when we look and we go to purchasing and saying, we believe the vendor, this is a sole source, they, I will say purchasing extremely vets and calls and looks across the country, everywhere to make sure if we're claiming a sole source product that there's nobody else out there and we're forced to go bid. So I hear what you're saying, but just know in the purchasing side, they literally get on the phone and they vet everywhere trying to find, is there a vendor similar to what you're trying to accomplish? And then it goes out to bid. And that's my experience with it.
So at my 18 years at the Tarrant County 911 District, I was a purchasing agent. And so I am frequently confused here about what this county considers sole source. For example, your civil court.
Tyler,
that we just approved. So Tyler does that, somebody else does it, right? There are other vendors, right? So Tyler's not a sole source or, so when I see that all the time here and I'm like, there are other companies that provide that service. Just because company X, has a blue thing instead of a red one does not make it sole source. So it absolutely confounds me here that we call everything that, damn near everything that we purchase sole source here.
And so I think the product owner, Tyler, with what the contract was it maintenance? Was that it?
Oh, I just used them as an example.
So, and that specifically, they're not going to open up an API, somebody maintain their product. But, just so you know, they do a high level of vetting before we get to say, I'm telling you it's sole source. That's just mine.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, passes 3-2. Now we go to S4, which is receive and file the Tarrant County appraisal roll for the tax year 26 and the anticipated collection rate forecast.
Move for approval.
All right, I'll second that. We have a motion, a second. Discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. That takes us to items U1, UT2, U3, and U4. And I asked for these items to be removed. And you will certainly get your opportunity to speak on these items and why you want them approved. But, so, I think taxpayers deserve to know how their money is being spent. Last meeting, which I know you had a medical situation for someone else, there was no material given that said where any of this money goes, or how it, or where it's going, yes, how it's going to be used. I think there was a comment from one person on this dais that, well, I trust the commissioner to vet these things. So then someone from your office reached out to my office and said, what is it exactly that the judge is needing? I didn't read the response, but I think the response was something along the lines of, when I asked the HFC to provide a $10,000 grant to the Asthma Foundation to put the emergency asthma medication in every school in Tarrant County that didn't have it, I believe we submitted 15 pages about this organization, exactly what the money would be used, how it would be used. We got almost nothing back until late yesterday afternoon. Something came in, but still didn't say how the money would be spent. It said what the subject was. So I know you're familiar with this taped conversation between you and your employee, your former employee, and in that taped conversation regarding a person that you had given from your funds $25,000 to, this was the exchange between you and your former employee regarding that $25,000. Speaking of the recipient, I've already told him we're trying to figure out the grant process that they want us to have. You reply, yeah, that's so. He adds, yeah, he really wants another $10,000 when he just got $10,000 this summer. You say, yeah, then handle that. Your employee says, I don't know what this program is, honestly. And you replied, yeah, me neither. Further in that conversation, it was said by your employee, Commissioner was upset at going to the second one she went to this year because apparently what this gentleman does is get elected officials in front of children with the $25,000 you gave him. And you respond, so he wants more money, he wants you to come out again because that's his only program that he has for these kids is lining up elected officials to talk to them. This is the Finding Me Academy. I know I haven't been invited to speak there. I don't know if anyone else on this dais has been invited to speak there. But when I am asked to send funds out, and I said this to Commissioner Miles at the last meeting, I do not trust that it's just, okay, if you say it's good, send it. And you wanted to talk about campaign donations earlier today and whether or not someone discloses them. Well, every campaign donation I've ever received has been disclosed on a campaign finance report as required by law. But this person that you're giving, you gave $25,000 of taxpayer funds to, is all over your website with your shirt, your signs, and you don't even know what they do. So forgive me if I don't trust that y'all properly vet it and that you use taxpayer funds in a responsible manner. I don't. But I would love to hear you explain how that one you messed up and now you've learned to do this better and it's not going to be the same mistake again.
Well, that one did not get messed up. So all of the money that we have given out, there is the DA's office, our DA's office, and the administrator's office has a reporting requirement. So everything Finding Me Academy did is spelled out, every penny it spent.
Tell us what they did.
Every school district, it has long-standing relationship with Arlington School District. Every time I've gone to speak to the children, it has been in an Arlington school. One of the reasons I said, the main reason I said I didn't know what he did is because twice I went to visit, and this is judgmental, and there were 3 children. When I shook their hands, they didn't look me in the eye. So I went and asked him about that. I said, what are you teaching the children? 2 were from abusive families. 1 was recently diagnosed autistic. So I asked, all right?
After you sent the money to them, you didn't know what you were sending the money to?
No. What are you talking about? Yes,
I'm just reading your words on the transcription of the conversation that you guys recorded.
Do you want to hear me or you want to talk over me?
I'll listen.
Okay. So I just explained to you the reason for that comment in the transcript. When I learned in our first year in office, I had $150,000 in county project. Each of us had something different. Y'all remember that? Okay. And so we came out here, touched and agreed that each commissioner would get 50,000 for their community projects, each court member. All right? So that has occurred. We've given out the money. Everything I do goes through the district attorney's office. I asked day one, where is the application process? What is the application process? They had nothing. So we created our own application. There is a reporting requirement. I make my grantees report October 1, not November. I don't want any rush. They spell out each penny they spend, each program, so it's there. I have nothing to hide. All of this is available for you to see. The district attorney signs off on it. On 2 of these, you've approved them before. Safe Families for Children, that is the organization that intervenes before children have to go into foster care. They have, all of them have a very detailed report. The Arlington Alumni Chapter of Delta Sigma Theta, their human trafficking program they have had for at least a decade. That
Could you detail what they do in the human trafficking program?
That our sheriff's department works with.
Could you detail what they do in the human trafficking program? Because the materials submitted don't say anything about what they do in the program.
Okay, well, we will give you their end of the year report. That's why my staff called over. We get that end of the year report and it details everything and everything.
I understand. Your staff called over. We told them what we would like to see, and then we didn't see it. But at the end of the day, your own words, they're there for anyone to see. Your own words, you don't know what they do with it either. That's what you said. You didn't know what they did.
I just explained that.
And so I don't think it was a very good explanation. But
okay,
you are welcome to send my office and the rest of this court detailed information on how the money is spent. You don't. On the one for your sorority.
You don't send yours to me either.
Because I don't have one of these.
You have $50,000.
I most certainly do not. I most certainly do not.
We only gave it to the court members and not the commissioners and not you?
I have never a single time in 3.5 years taken any taxpayer money and given it to an organization. Anything that I have given to any nonprofit organization comes from donations and ticket sales and sponsorships
So just the four commissioners.
to Senior Synergy, now Empowering Seniors, and to our National Day of Prayer event. But regardless, that was in the budget.
Right.
I'm not denying that it's in the budget. What I'm saying is you're sending out money not knowing what it's going to be used for. You didn't know what that one was going to be used for.
I have the reports
and then provide it to us.
They're at the DA's office.
Then give
we're
us,
happy to
give
them
us
to you.
well, we asked for information to detail what
No,
it
we
what it
called
was.
you and asked you exactly what you wanted.
And okay, I'm asking you now, here in front of everybody else, give us detailed information on what each one of these organizations is going to do with the money, and lay it out there for us.
Okay.
And then maybe I'll vote for it.
All right.
At this point, I can't.
They're all
because you
here
haven't done
today. Would you like to hear from them?
that. No, I want to get the detailed information. I want to see it. I want to read it. I want to look
And
at
then,
it.
and let me say this. We also went and looked at the other commissioners who have had these grant requests on the agenda and been approved. Nobody has a 15-page document, none of them that we have approved up here. So you're setting a different standard for me.
Including your own.
You're setting a different standard for me. That's what it sounds like, because you've been approving them.
And once
And
I
they
found
didn't have
out you
15
didn't even
pages.
know where it went, I don't want to improve it anymore. So it's that
I know
simple.
exactly where it went.
Well, you didn't know where the other one was, so why should we
I
believe you
know
know this one?
exactly
Yeah.
where it went.
Okay. Well, I can't
So
support
you,
it until I
so
get more information.
everybody up here needs to give you a 15-page document, or is it just me?
You're the one that asked our office what
Or
we
is
would
it
like.
just me? No,
You are the one that
you
asked our.
spouted that off last time, and you said
You're
it
the one that
again
asked.
today.
You're the one that asked our office what we would like to see.
You want it to be 15
We said what we
pages?
would like to see. No, we didn't say it had to be 15 pages. We said what we would like to
You
see,
said it
and then you
last
didn't
week, and you
provide
said
it.
it today.
And now you want it approved without providing what we asked for. So other people can vote how they want. I'm not going to support it. If you want to pull it off, bring back detailed stuff we can look at, I may support it. So do we have a motion on this, on U1?
I'm in approval for U1.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on U1?
And we've given U1 money. This would be the
All
third
right,
year.
please cast your votes. All right, passes 4-1. All right, we have U2.
I move approval for U2.
All right, we have a motion to approve U2. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, any discussion? All right, passes 4-1. Item U3.
Move approval for U3.
Second.
We have a motion to approve U3. We have a second. Any discussion?
My only question on this one, I'm trying to be very consistent. Mine's always on, are you gonna use that money for partisanship purposes, not just for community purposes? First two organizations I thought were fantastic. This one, you look them up, they get involved in pretty partisan issues, which is great. I understand why sororities do that. Is there an assurance that none of these funds will be used for partisanship purposes as that money is given to them?
Well, just clarification, being a member of the Divine Nine, none of our organizations are partisan.
We can't be.
All of our organizations are nonpartisan by our Constitution and bylaws. We cannot be.
So y'all don't participate in any partisanship activities?
No, we do not.
Okay, that was my question.
All right, we have a motion. We have a second. You a yay?
Yay.
All right, passes 4-1.
Um,
And item U4.
Move approval for.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve U4. Any discussion there? All right, it passes 4-1. Brings us to item V1. No, it doesn't. That was the end of the removed consent items, I believe.
Yeah, I believe you're
U1, U2, U3, U4, okay. Now we move to the regular portion of the agenda. First item up is a public hearing to consider authorizing the installation of a stop sign within the Southwood Estates subdivision in Precinct 2, with other action to follow depending on the outcome of the public hearing. So I now open the public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item?
Commissioner Simmons, I want to thank you for this item and the items you continue to do within your precinct to be able to help improve the life and safety of the Tarrant County residents within Precinct 2. I wanted to take this opportunity with this public hearing to just be able to say that this is just another example of sometimes it's small, sometimes it's big. A lot of people try to stop you. You're focused on trying to make sure to do things like installing efforts like this stop sign to help transportation, to help the public. And no matter what O'Hare, Manny, and Kraus try to do, they will not stop you becoming the next county judge in this county. So thank you so much for your leadership, and I look forward to the people voting out Tim O'Hare and
All right,
Manny
you can take a
Ramirez
seat now. You're
for this
not
November
talking about
election.
this agenda item. Take a seat. All right, anybody else wish to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
Move approval.
All
Second.
right, we have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Now, do we have a motion to authorize, did we vote? No, we didn't vote. All right, cast your vote on the public hearing closure. Passes unanimously. Now, does anyone wish to make a motion to authorize the installation of a stop sign within the Southwood Estate subdivision?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next up is a public hearing to consider authorizing the installation of a stop sign within the Water Board, Eustis Hill Stanfield Subdivision, Precinct 4. Public hearing is now open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to close the public hearing.
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion to close the public hearing and a second. Any discussion on that? I think it's a motion from Ramirez and a second on Kraus is what I heard, but I don't. There we go. All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. The public hearing is now closed. Do we have a motion to authorize the installation of the stop sign?
So moved.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this. Any discussion here? All right, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Takes us to item 11A1, consideration of out-of-state travel requests.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next is consideration of an exception to the travel policy, Commissioner Precinct 2. Do we have a motion on this?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, now we come to the first item regarding elections, which is consideration to approve an order calling a general election on November 3rd, 2026.
Move for approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item B1. Any discussion here?
Sure. Clint, what's the document before us for approval?
It's just the order calling the elections required by statute.
Is the version we're voting on today the same version that will be signed, published, and posted for the public?
I don't see what's in the communique, so I couldn't tell you what you're looking at right now.
What?
But there's been an order submitted to be signed.
Okay. All right, because I'm asking because an election order should clearly identify the election date, the offices or measures to be voted on, the main early vote location, the early vote clerk's contact information, the applicable early vote schedule. All that should be.
This is just simply calling the election. The rest of it comes, we've got further items to approve that all gets generated and put into what is finally posted online when we notify of the election.
Okay. Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item B1. Any other discussion on that? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we come to item 2, consideration of approval to combine election precincts pursuant to Texas Election Code, Section 42.0051.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on that. If you have questions specific to this item, ask away. Then we will get to the election day and early voting sites here in a moment. Any questions or comments on item 2?
Yeah, let's see. So I want to draw a clear distinction between B2 and B3 because they do two different things, right? B2 does not approve the 176 election day locations. That's the next item.
That's the next item, yes, Commissioner.
Nor the early voting.
Right. What B2 does is change the calculation that makes 176 locations legally possible.
Correct.
Correct. All right.
Change the calculation. Can you explain that?
So what it does is currently we have 707 voting precincts. Within the statute, because we're countywide polling, we're allowed to have 50% of our precincts. What the statute allows you to do is combine the precincts first, then take 50% of that. By combining and getting to the 340, then you take the 50% of that. That means that legally we're required to have 170 polling locations on election day.
All right, I want to go ahead and continue because I have some comments here.
Okay. So like you said, Tarrant County currently has 707 election precincts.
Correct.
The proposal that you're bringing this court combines them into 340 election day precincts.
Yes, it does, but it doesn't change the election numbers, nor will it change any reporting. So all precincts are still reported as the individual precinct number. So it doesn't, it just affects the calculation when it comes to polling locations. Or if we had been precinct-based, that would be the 340 precincts that we would have to, those combined precincts, that geographic area would be where we would have to have a polling location.
So let me ask you this on that one, just so I'm clear. If we wanted additional sites either time, passing number 2 does not affect our ability here in a moment on choosing sites. Is that correct?
No, it basically sets what is required by law that we must meet.
Okay. But after that, if we wanted 177 or 297 or whatever, we are free to do that.
Correct.
Okay.
So
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay.
So
All right.
what the item you're considering now does is combine election precincts, and then you set polling locations based on the number of combined precincts.
Okay.
So yes.
So I have one more question on that. If we are to add additional polling locations, let me just say it this way, instead of trying to deal with item 2 because we got items 3 and 4. If anyone, on election, early voting, I'm fine with it. If you add a few here and there, I'm fine with it. If anyone had come to me and asked me if I was okay with 176 voting locations on election day, I would have said no. My guess is, since I know you didn't come ask me if I was okay with it, my guess is you didn't ask anybody else here if they were okay with that number.
No.
So contrary to popular opinion, you didn't get any direction from me on what number polling location to have on election day or anyone else here on this dais.
No.
Okay. I can tell you, I'm not comfortable with 176 election sites. Found out this number, I want to say it was Thursday or Friday. I'm not okay with it. Never would have been okay with it. Not okay with it now. I think that's way too large a cut. So knowing that, I just want to make sure voting on number 2 does not hinder in any way, shape, or form any additional sites that may be added on either election day or early voting.
No, it won't hinder going up. It just keeps us from going down.
Say that again.
It won't hinder going up. It just keeps you from going down. That's
Got it.
kind of
Okay.
sets the floor.
It sets the floor, not the ceiling.
Got it.
Right.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to finish. I had the floor, but okay. So under the countywide vote center rules, the minimum number of election day locations is calculated after eligible precincts have been combined, right?
Correct.
All right. With 707 election precincts, the minimum would be 354 election day locations. Once that number is reduced to 340, the minimum falls to 170
Correct.
locations. Then under B3, this court will be asked to approve 176 locations, only 6 above that newly lowered minimum, right?
Correct.
So let me say in plain language, okay. If B2 is approved, it has the effect of lowering the minimum number of election day locations the county must provide from 354 to 170.
Yes, lowers the floor.
Okay. All right. State law may allow eligible precincts to be combined, but this alone does not establish that these particular combinations are justified.
You're talking about in 3 and 4?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah.
I guess I'm not following, Commissioner.
So state laws allows your eligible precincts to be combined, right?
Correct.
But it does not establish that these particular combinations are justified. I mean, you can.
I mean, there's rules to what can be combined. It's not, you can't just combine stuff to get to a number. So you've got to have the precinct that's got to be under 3,000. When it's combined with other precincts, they can't go over 5,000. They must be contiguous. It can't be stuff from all over the counties.
Right.
So there's
Court,
rules that get to the combining,
yeah.
which is why we got to the 340.
The court still has to determine whether the combinations meet the statutory requirements and remain within that 5,000 voter limit, are supported by an actual cost analysis and have been reviewed for voting rights concerns, right? Nope.
So they fit within the rules of the election code, the combining does. The map that was submitted, all the numbers on there showed you the number of registered voters in every one of those combined precincts. None of them went over the 5,000. And the combination, because we are countywide, we are not limited to where the polling locations go based on precincts. It's based on what you all decide on where you want them. So this isn't affect number 3 or 4. Well, actually, it's really number 3 that this ties into. It doesn't affect number 3 other than saying when you approve them, you cannot go lower than 170.
Right. Sets the floor, not the ceiling.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. All right, so who came up with this? You, your team? Did you involve citizens, the party folks?
The combining of the polling locations, that was myself and my team. Obviously, we just took the rules that were there, followed them, used our GIS mapping people to figure it out, precinct numbers, and got the combined precincts.
And you have a precinct by precinct analysis of how you, what I don't have is your methodology, you know.
The methodology is the election code, and I did give that to your staff.
Okay. I'm gonna tell you what, okay, go ahead.
Clint, other than reducing the number of sites, what other advantage is there to combining these precincts? Is there any reduction in burden on your staff in reporting or anything, or is the only reason to combine them in order to set a lower floor so you can reduce the sites?
By setting the lower floor, reducing the sites, it is meant for 2 things. A, they understand that finding a polling location in every single precinct when you have a precinct with as many as 14 people may not be feasible. It also goes into reducing the overall cost and burden on the courts when it comes to the number of locations, and then the logistical part of trying to get everything to the locations where they're located. So it takes having a polling location in a precinct of 14 people that's next to a precinct of 2,000, instead of having 2 polling locations, now you can have 1.
Why'd you cut polling places?
So I was going to explain number 3 when we got to it. Is that we want to do that now?
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we ask all the questions we want to ask on number 2? There's a motion on the floor. Ask your questions, make your comments, whatever you're doing, and then we'll take a vote, and then we will move to the next item.
Why'd you cut polling places?
Yeah, that's not part of number 2.
Well, you just said just ask all your questions.
Yeah, that's just, Number two is not doing anything other than allowing them the ability to have less than basically 350 something locations. If you want 350 locations, okay, then vote against it. Would you like, or we don't like this idea, you want to give your whole presentation on the whole thing, on whatever it is you wanted to say about your methodology and how you came up with numbers?
I've got two questions before we get to that, if I may.
Okay.
The first one is, will the consolidation in this item impact the party chair, the precinct chairs for each party?
No, it's very hard. It's almost, other than the fact that it's used to calculate the number of locations, because if we were precinct-based, then possibly it could, because now you're defining that geographical area where you must have a polling location. Because we are county-wide, we are not limited to any one of those defined areas. So it just creates a method to do the math that sets the floor, but we can still place the polling locations. And again, all the precinct numbers, everything else by law, they all still have to be reported. So all reporting will still be by all 707 precincts.
So with this item, you won't have to update the maps or anything like that, right?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just a statutory requirement that he has to do, and then once we get over this hurdle, then we can start talking about all the actual precinct or voting sites and all that.
Was it statutorily required to combine the precincts?
The Commissioner Court may combine the precincts. You can choose not to combine the
Correct.
precincts.
May.
Yeah, I misspoke. I wasn't saying you had to do this. I'm just saying this was part of statutory code. It just didn't have to do with what he came out with the voting sites.
Okay, what is the ramification of not voting for number two?
Then it just means that the minimum number of locations that we would have to have is the 354.
Right. Okay. So if you want 354, vote no.
Clint,
If you want a lower number, vote yes, and then we'll get to that here in just a minute to go talk about numbers of polling locations.
Clint, did our number of precincts increase to 700, or was it 700 during the last election?
As of January 1st, it was 707. So all of the new redistricting went into place on January 1, and that's when we went to 707 from 694, I believe, is what we were at
But the
before.
last election, we only had 314 sites, so we didn't meet. What was the justification for not having a 50% threshold then?
So there was the 50% threshold. Going back through how election day sites were done, what I realized is what I had taken over, they had always done the combining. If you go back to when we were precinct-based and we had 315 locations or 300 something in 2017, there was a combining that had to do to get to that 315. It just never came in front of the court for approval. It was still done. Then when we switched from precinct-based to county-wide polling, they kept doing that. Then when I looked and saw and read the election code and said, wait a second, this says Commissioner Court, this needs to go in front of the court. So instead of continuing the process that I'd taken over, I brought it in front of the court for approval because that's the right process.
All right, anything else on this before we get to the actual locations?
The last thing I'll say is, Clint, it sounds like going forward, before you make any decisions like this, you need to meet with each commissioner and the judge to tell them what your plan is, to get our input.
Understood.
Because we could have bypassed all of this if we'd had a conversation on the front end.
Yeah, I've told everybody that reached out to me, when did you see the sites? I said, I saw them when they posted on the agenda.
Right.
And that shouldn't be that way, Clint.
Should not.
And what was the trigger? What triggered you to do this?
To do the combining?
Yeah.
The combining has always been done. It's just the trigger was when I realized that it had never been brought before the court before, and that it should have been brought before the court. So
I thought you were
it's,
gonna say redistricting, but, okay.
All right, so on this item too, all the votes are in. Anything else anybody wants to say before we move to the actual sites discussion? All right, seeing none, the votes are in. It's 3-2, so this passes. Now, I got a recommendation. I think we're going to have more discussion on election day, probably, than we are early voting. Can we attempt to, well, I don't care what order we go in. I'm trying to think of how to move stuff along. I was thinking move 4 up, but we can keep it in order. I don't care. Number 3 is consideration to approve election day voting sites for the general election to be conducted on November 3rd, 2026. As I stated a few minutes ago, which I was not going to say until we got to 3, A, I appreciate your hard work. B, I think this one, you missed the mark a little bit. The notion or the idea that this is some conspiracy or something that people are doing, hey, people are going to say what they're going to say, it's utter and complete, total nonsense. There's no one here you talk to, you didn't talk to me. I don't even know what the legalities are of you running around to each one and saying, what do you want beforehand? My guess is there's some issues with that. Having said that, I think the number is too low. I do not think it would be fruitful or productive for this group sitting here to attempt to say when the reduction is so significant, and again, people pick and choose their stats and their numbers where they get them from. The law that was passed in 2023 that required a jump in the number of voting sites, they amended it and changed it, so that requirement doesn't exist. Looking back at several elections, I do think we need more on this one, and I do not think there's any way, shape, or form the 5 of us can sit up here and say, please add these 10, please add these 7, please add these 9, I want this 2. Before we get into that, can you walk through your criteria, how you came up with this, what you did, what your basis and analysis for coming up with all these sites was?
yes, Judge. So on the election day sites, obviously, we had to figure out what the number was that we had to meet. So we did the combining to see, okay, this is what the law requires. Then I went back and looked at turnout from 2022, because generally what we do is we compare like elections. The last like election was 2022. Usually we'll add a 10 or 15% increase in turnout, as this is what we expect to see, and then do calculations. But because we had seen such a dramatic increase in turnout during the primaries, I actually went to a 40% increase in turnout, which is more in line with the increase that we saw during the primaries, not the usual 10 or 15%. So I increased the potential of turnout by 40%. Then calculated, okay, based on that, in a 12-hour day, how many polling locations is it going to take to process that many voters in 12 hours? That number is 136, which is still below the 170 to process the number of voters in the 12-hour day that we have. So that takes us to the 170, but 170 is the floor, and it does not leave any room if anything were to happen. So then it's also one of the goals is to try to balance across the commissioner precincts. There's 4, so you need a number divisible by 4. That would have put 172, but again, there's time, things happen. It's Texas, polling sites could go, so then we jumped it up one more to the 176. With the 176, then we focused on each commissioner precinct, and we started with where do the voters want to vote, because they've been telling us it's turnout. And so we went with all the high turnout locations that we have on election day. And then once we'd utilized those, we looked at, okay, where on the maps do we have holes? Can we find places that we can add to get to a more even distribution to allow access? What ended up resulted is you've got 44 in each commissioner precinct, which is the 176. We have an average distance between polling locations on election day of 1.3 miles. So on average, if you lived, the farthest away you could live from a polling location would be smack dab in the middle of 2, right? Because otherwise you're closer to one than the other. That puts you at about just over a half mile away, about a 15-minute walk from a polling location on average across the county on election day. 28 of those locations are within 1,000 feet of a bus stop. And so, and we did not focus on targeting anything near bus stops to eliminate. We kept a lot of those locations that were on the bus routes. And that's how we got to the 176 locations that we have now.
And now that's all election day, which is what we're talking about at the moment on this item. So I want to go back to the thing that you said that there is not a single voting site, or was this an average? There's not a single voting site in Tarrant County that's less than 1.5 miles from another voting site?
No, that's the average. We do have areas that are barren on the other side of lakes, so that creates distance. So that's the average.
So when you say, so if that's the average, okay, what's the farthest?
The farthest, I don't know off the top of my head on election day because we had so many sites.
And what's the closest?
They're less than a mile apart.
Okay, so I will tell you, for one, I applaud you're looking at this with an actual formula and a way of trying to create it, as opposed to just, well, here and there and everywhere else. I also know that you're dealing with some difficulties of some sites that have been in the past don't want to do it anymore. Some sites legally cannot do it anymore based on requirements passed by the state. I still think it's too low, but I appreciate that you had a formula and went about doing it in a manner that showed some semblance of attempts to do it in a way with something that made sense. I still think you're too low. On the average wait times, how far did you go back to each election on wait times? How did that factor in? Did you have that as a factor other than average 1.5 miles?
So the average wait times, we've been doing that since the presidential election 2024. So I look back at those and reflect and see if what we're doing accurately reflects. And in our elections, it has been consistent in that on election day, and this is election day because we're speaking about election day only, is up until about 4 p.m., the polls are slow. There's no wait times. Then at about 4 p.m., across about 20, 30 locations, depending on the election, those polling locations start getting a lot of voters. And then, so the wait times increase from 4 to 5, they increase again from 5 to 6, and then from 6 to 7, they start to come down again. But it's a small group of the overall polling locations that happens. Off the top of my head, I think it was last November, we had at least 36 locations that had absolutely no wait time all day long, and it was somewhere in the neighborhood of almost 160. I think that the wait times all day were less than 10 minutes. It's just those few locations like the Keller Town Halls, the sub-court houses that everybody just shows up to instead of going to the other. On election day, they probably drove past a location that wasn't as busy to get to the Keller Town Halls, the Mansfield sub-court house. Obviously, they would drive past Vernon Newsom Stadium coming down Broad Street. So that's why we've started using the wait times applications. We made a concerted effort to push it. Between then and now, we've created we've got orange A-frames that have a big sign mounted to it that say, don't want to wait in line. We've got 100 of them for our busiest locations with instructions for the judges, hey, put this out, but where the lines form, instead of a person waiting until they get to the door that shows the nearest polling locations. So before they ever get in line and get committed to standing in the line, they can find somewhere else to go. So we are doing some things to try to disperse to bring down the overall average wait times and utilize some of these underutilized locations.
All right, one of the things that I also will applaud you for, and I'm assuming this was part of what you did, was I think you gave us a presentation, if I remember correctly, before choosing the voting locations for the 2025 constitutional amendment and special election, I think is when you did that. You may remember better than me. or it may be after the 24 election, you provided it to us. I don't remember, but I seem to remember it was up here. But we had some locations that I think on election day had single-digit voters show up. Or if it wasn't single digits, it was like 12 or 13 people showed up in an entire day. And so it's thousands of dollars to run those. And when there are alternatives, that makes no sense to me to do. So I appreciate that you've gone through and done that, which I'm assuming you have.
Yes, sir.
Sure, I'm assuming that's part of this. Now, that certainly wasn't a majority of the locations, but it was quite a few locations. The other thing that I want to ask you, our lawyer, is when is the deadline to pick this?
Judge, there is no specific legal deadline to designate polling places.
Okay.
But there are two things to keep in mind here. One is that there's a practical issue with elections being able to make sure that the places work. But then the second is that there is a notice that must be given out 5 days before early voting starts and then 21 days before.
About where all the locations are.
Where all the locations are, yeah.
So now, realistically, assuming we don't want to go pick these things 6 days before early voting starts, which we don't, when would you say, I really need these things approved by when?
First week of September.
Okay.
So that would allow us time, we have to get programming done, public tests done, because then we have to obviously 45, the biggest thing that drives is election starts when the 45-day out, we must have a completed ballot to put in the mail to federal overseas voters.
Okay.
In order to do that, we have to have completed all of the other things to get to that point.
Okay, I know others have questions, so what I'm gonna do is move to table this item so you can go back and find additional voting locations.
Second.
To make sure that
Somebody take a picture of that board.
you can go through this and provide more locations. And if it is legally permissible, and only if it is legally permissible, if you want to go visit with all the commissioners, I don't think that, I don't know if that's legal or not, but I want you, that's my motion, is to table this item, to bring it back, and I don't think you'll have enough time to deal with this in 2 weeks, so I would say to bring it back to the first meeting in September.
September 1st.
Friendly amendment, Judge, that we include 4 with 3. 3 and 4.
No, I'm not willing to go there, but you can make that motion.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I ask a question, legal question first, Mr. Cradaville? Now that we've discussed this in open court, had a chance to vet it, talked about it, is that something that now we can talk about amongst ourselves without being in any kind of violation of the Open Meetings Act? Or since it's still going to come before the court in September, we still can't have? I would always recommend against the members of the Commissioners Court discussing something in a quorum.
So are you making an amending motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Second.
We have a motion and I would say, well, I'll discuss that in a minute. We have a motion and a second to amend to include the early voting sites. Now discussion. Here's my discussion. I'd like to have the discussion first before we do this. And we haven't talked about early voting sites at all. So maybe we can get that one done. Maybe we can't. That's why I'm against the idea. I would say deal with this one. Let's go to that one. Anybody else have anything they want to say on that item?
Clint, I know your timeline is different for early voting versus election day. Were you saying September 1 was good enough for election day, but early voting is not? Or would you tell me your timeline there?
As long as we have all the sites by the first week of September, we can get it done.
Okay, another question. I think I got clarification on this, or our staff did a day or two ago. If we approve a certain number of sites, there's always chances, because we are talking about some that have been historically there that you've told us can't do it now because of security reasons, locked doors, whatever. If we approve and authorize a site for you to go vet and explore that site, and it turns out to not be feasible or not workable, what's your process there on taking it off the list? So long as you have it off the list by the time you post notice, Is that how it works?
So probably the best example of something like this would have been the ice storms, because that's when we were losing polling locations during voting. And the requirement is to post the notice that the location is no longer available. So after you've approved it, we're required to post a notice on the location saying this location is not available for voting, and then we can go. So as long as I have enough time to post notice, it'll work.
Okay, so at the moment, we have a motion, an amendment to the original motion to include in the tabling of Election Day voting sites to also table early voting sites. We have a second on that. Any discussion on that item before we go to the original motion? All right, seeing none, do it by show of hands. I think we have to on this. If you are for including early voting in the, what's it called? Table.
Motion to table.
The motion to table, then raise your hand. Okay, if you are opposed, raise your hand. Okay, so that motion fails 2-3. So now we go back to the motion
All right.
of moving to table Election Day voting sites until the first meeting of September. We have a motion and a second.
I have
Discussion.
comments. Yeah.
Motion, second.
Clint,
Yes, ma'am.
answer my question. Why did you decrease the number of polling places? Look here.
I went with the math.
I'm sorry?
I went with the math.
So we
I
had-
explained what we did to get to the numbers of
Why?
locations.
You're explaining it now. I have a basic question, and it's why? Because we had a midterm that had great turnout. You had a constitutional amendment election that had surprisingly high turnout. You, on your own, you're saying you didn't, or he's saying you didn't talk to him. Did you talk to any other court member?
I did not talk to the court members. I kept it completely subjective to the numbers and the math and left the who's, the what's, the people, the politics were not a consideration in it. It was simply, what do we need? How do we go above and beyond that? Does that fit into creating an even distribution so that we're going to have access, be able to run a secure election, and then bring that number forward? If the polling locations, if the math had come out and said we needed 440, I would be standing here saying we needed 440.
So as long as I've been here, I've heard you say, and I can roll the tape, that you always need more polling places.
That tape is from prior to 2024 when the legislature changed the law and it had upped the number that we had, and we were drastically behind in even meeting the minimum requirement. And so, yes, I did actually, at that time, went from precinct to precinct to meet with each commissioner, try to find more in order to meet the statute.
You got no input from this court. You had a 2022 midterm election that had 316 election day vote centers. You're proposing 176. You got no community input, no party input, no nothing. As much as you want to call it whatever you're calling it, this is a deliberate a deliberate act to reduce voter access. And you really haven't given a good reason for it, because nobody on your court, according to you, asked you to do it.
So I'm gonna have to disagree with the deliberate act.
It's done.
It wasn't deliberate. It was simply following the math.
Yeah, I think I would say that would be a mischaracterization. I think Clint's doing exactly what we've tasked him to do. I know there's conversations that could have been had at the outset, but his job is to look at what state statute says, look at the population, look at the precincts, come up with the number. And as one of the people in the earlier public comment said, his job isn't to set that, it's to recommend that to us, and then he comes and brings it to us, and then we can adjust it up, down, left, right, however we want to. And so I think it's a huge mischaracterization to say it's a deliberate attack on people having access to the polls when he's just giving us the recommendation, then we get to act on it. So
Like he said, the statute said, the code says he may, and he went to the bare bone minimum. You know,
and then we can adjust it upwards if we think that we should.
and Clint did respond. I'm looking at my email. His focus is that he could not find adequate poll location sites. This is not a rationale supported by Texas statutes to combine precincts. It is his job to identify and secure poll locations. Does he need additional staff to perform this critical function for our county? If so, hire personnel, ask community organizations to provide recommendations. If sites are not up to state requirements, we should work with those locations to add a locked door or election room or whatever. Per statutes, combining may be done to reduce costs. This should not be an issue here since the election has been known for quite some time and should be adequately funded in the county budget. The only other reason to combine precincts is if voter precincts contain territory in more than one commissioner court precinct. It's just, you've not answered my question. Why did you do this? It was not, you did not have to get down to 170 sites. I think you were influenced, but that's me.
Well, obviously, if you remember, I believe the first time I brought up polling locations, when I brought forth just all the locations, because these are all the locations we'd always used, there was a resounding response from the court that they wanted me to do the math. You all wanted me to do the analysis and to look at what we needed and not just come with, this is what we've always used. And those changes that was heard and the changes were made. The math this time, obviously, the numbers got a little bit lower than what everybody's comfortable with. I will go back, take the feedback, and we will come forward with a number that everybody's more comfortable with.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your votes. It's moving to table. All right, so that passes 5-0. Now we go to consideration to approve early voting sites for the general election on November 3rd, 2026.
Yeah, so this one seemed a little bit simpler because you only reduced, what, 8 or 9?
Correct.
And the ones that I had concerns with, I'm comfortable just going and adding them back if possible. And then having the early voting sites that we've had historically, so.
Move to
the
table.
50 sites that were used in 2022, not all of those are even still available to be sites. Some of them have told us, no, they're not going to be sites anymore. Well, some of the difference in the 50 to what we have now, currently what we had available that we know could be a polling location, there were 46 locations that we know for sure could have been a polling location. That was the Diamond Hill, which again, we've done the math. We have the ability with the current sites to process 800,000 voters during the early voting period. We're not going to get 800,000 voters to show up during early voting. We have the capacity for it, but it's not going to happen. And the reason it came out that high is because I focused on the last day of early voting because that tends to be the busiest. And how do we keep the wait times from getting too drastic on the last day? And how many sites do we need to process that many voters on that day? And that's
Go
why
ahead
we
and
have.
do this. The same way you went through your criteria on election day, do the same thing on the early voting sites.
So yeah, it was very, very similar. Again, I focused on the last day of early voting. I baked in a 40% increase again, not a 10 or a 15, but a 40% increase. That number came out to roughly 72,000 based on 42 locations. 78,000 in 12 hours is the ability to process that. But that's just in the one day. We have 12 days. So that capacity every day, the number of hours that we have, that comes out to if everybody were to show up every day, we could process 800,000. We know they don't do that. Generally, they show up the first day, some the second day, and then we see an influx some the day prior to the last day, and then the last day is by far the busiest day. So in order to keep the wait times down on that last day when we see the majority of voters, we went with a higher number of polling locations. Again, we started with all of our high turnout locations. Where are those locations? What is utilized the most? And looked at, okay, we had the 46. We knew 42 would meet it. Looked at areas where we had a clump of locations. Northeast is one of those areas where we've got 5 locations that are within not even a 5-mile radius of each other. And so we took and would move like Brookside Community Center, which generally has, in the area, it's lower turnout, but it's better turnout than what Azle PD gets. But Azle PD is the only thing we have up in the northwest corner, so we left we put an Azle PD there. Like I'm aware that Everman is a big hole in the map. We contacted the city of Everman. The polling location that they normally allow us to use is not available because they're remodeling the city hall and they're moving all their people into the polling location, so I don't have a polling location in Everman. That was it. And so it's not available, and we just don't have anything there. And so that's how we got to it. During early voting, a full third of the polling locations lie within 1,600 feet of a bus stop during early voting. And again, the average distance is the 3.1 miles, which is over a mile shorter than it was last November during early voting. And the longest distance is the 10 miles because of Azle up in the northwest corner.
What's 10 miles?
Azle, because it's up in the northwest corner all by itself.
Yeah, 10 miles from the nearest other location.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a long way.
I moved to table.
So we have a motion to table. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All right, further questions, comments, or discussion?
Question.
I do.
Y'all go ahead.
Question. Everman is not available because they're in transition. What about the Forest Hill Civic Center?
The Forest Hill Civic Center, we've been told no on using that one as well. Forest Hill doesn't want to use that. They only want to use their city hall.
They only want to use the city hall.
Correct.
So in your math, what are you using as the number of minutes it should take a voter to vote?
There's not a number of minutes. I simply went back to the last day of early voting and calculated the number of voters we were able to. I have in our e-poll software, I can see how many voters were in that 12-hour period and just divide it by 12, and it tells me what the average per hour is that we process across all of our polling locations. So that accounts for our large locations that can process more than that, and then our smaller locations that can't. We include all of them in the calculation to determine an average.
All right, because you kept saying that, but you haven't said the number you use to determine the rest.
155.
Rest of the
an
math.
hour.
Okay. Okay.
Clint, I'll say, and I'm not going to use this forum to public address you down or anything, but I wish we would have had a conversation before. because some of the sites that historically have been used as early voting sites, colleges, TCU, UNTL Science Center, I think there could have been a lot more effort put out to try to accommodate them early voting. I mean, perhaps we help them install a lock. We do whatever we need to fit within the statute. And I'm not saying we do that for every single site. What I'm saying is the ones that have historically done it, that may say, oh, we didn't know the law changed, now we won't be able to provide that. Perhaps we work with them instead of just writing it off of the list. Because again, to me, you know, well now you know, how important that is.
We don't just write them off, Commissioner. We do continue to ask. We ask if there's another space available. Is there can we come out and do another survey on another location? Like, we do ask in the case of TCU, what was told is we cannot support you for 12 days. They just told us we can't do it. We got a similar response from UTA. Now, UTA did reach out to the office this morning, so we'll get back in contact with them to see what that was. But they've told us the same thing. In fact, when we reached back and using the commissioner staff went and tried to get them to move from the Maverick Center, we were told no again. So we don't just, they say, hey, we're not available. We ask if there's anything else that we can do to make them available.
Good job. All right, we have a motion to table. We have a second. Any other discussion on this? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. I thought I pressed that. All right, that one is tabled, passes 5-0. All right, now brings us to purchasing. Items 1 through a lot. Items 1 through 19. Does anyone have any questions on any of the items in 1 through 19?
I move for approval.
Second. We have a motion to approve items 1 through 19. Please be quiet as you leave. Thank you.
In a second.
I gotta get back to my notes.
We have a motion and a second to approve purchasing items 1 through 19. Okay, motion is second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Brings us to item 20. 1, permission to take bid on RFPs.
Move for approval.
We have a motion, a second on item 20. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item D1, consideration to submit a fiscal year 2026 Model Cities Initiative application to the U.S. Department of Justice in support of Tarrant County Public Safety Initiatives. Go ahead. You go ahead.
Move for approval.
I'll second it. Second over here, Commissioner Ramirez. Any discussion? All right, cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item E3, consideration to approve acceptance of donations for a monument to the Alamo Letter, funds, labor, or both for monument implementation expenses from the Alamo Letter Society, Inc.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
I will, yeah, okay, motion and a second. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, that passes 4-1. Do we have any board or commission appointments? All right, now there are 2 briefing items. One is a briefing on the Tarrant County Election Integrity Task Force. Who is briefing that? I see our district attorney. Try not to kill yourself, Rick.
Yeah. What's that?
Rick was just stumbling all over the back of the room.
Oh. I walk in, he walks out.
Yeah. What?
Good afternoon.
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 Good afternoon.
So I was asked to come and talk to y'all about the Election Integrity Task Force. I'm going to talk to you today about its purpose, its performance, and the public value that it has. The Election Integrity Task Force is made up of 2 prosecutors and 2 investigators, 1 investigator in the DA's office and 1 investigator in the Sheriff's Department. It was established to provide a clear, consistent, and professional process to receive, review, and investigate alleged violations of the Texas election laws, and the task force ensures that election-related complaints are evaluated according to the evidence and the law. Its mission is not a specific number of prosecutions. Its mission is to determine whether the facts establish a violation of Texas law and merit prosecution. The task force reviews all potential criminal violations arising under the Texas Election Code. Its work extends beyond allegations commonly described as voter fraud and includes matters involving illegal voting or voting by an ineligible person, double voting, misuse of a voter registration or voter identification information, campaign finance reporting, personal financial statement violations, candidate or office holder misconduct, election administration, and other conduct made criminal under the Texas election laws. Texas law contains about 80 different election-related criminal statutes. Every complaint is evaluated under the relevant statute and the available evidence. So why was this task force created? If you can remember back, we've talked about this before. In 2022, Matt, you probably remember this, Commissioner Kraus, that, the Stevens case ruled that the Attorney General lacked independent authority to prosecute election law offenses. That made it increasingly important that local prosecutors have a clear process to evaluate election-related complaints. Task Force provides a specific place for citizens, election officials, law enforcement agencies, and candidates alike to submit complaints, knowing that they will receive an objective review. The Election Integrity Task Force operates under the same ethical and legal standards governing every criminal case that comes into my office. Every complaint deserves an objective review. Every person is presumed innocent. Political affiliation plays no role in the investigation or charging decisions. Investigations are driven by evidence, not speculation, not public pressure, or politics. Criminal charges are filed only when supported by probable cause and admissible evidence. Closing a case after a proper investigation is proper when the evidence doesn't establish a criminal offense. We don't go forward. The task force exists to determine whether a crime has occurred, not to manufacture prosecutions. So during the last 3.5 years, my office has reviewed about 193 election-related matters. To put that in context, in the same period of time, my office has reviewed about 175,000 other criminal matters. So what we're talking about is about less than 0.1% of cases that might come into my office. What kind of cases are there? And I'm going to let you know some of these cases of those 193 cases. One case is currently under indictment for making a false statement to get on the ballot. One matter is expected to be presented to a grand jury soon about making a false statement on a personal financial statement. There are 18 allegations involving double voting. Now, the double voting, there are 2 ways that I've seen that this happens. One, you've got senior citizens that go and vote early, and they're still getting this notification to go vote, and they're still getting information that there's an election, and they go on election day, and they want to vote. And there are some circumstances the election judge has allowed them to vote, not cast a provisional ballot, but to vote. Well, we're not going to charge them with a criminal offense because they're confused. I mean, we're going to evaluate it, and if that's what we believe, we're not going to charge them with a criminal offense. The other way that it happens is we're electronic. You think about electronics, sometimes they go down. Our polling book goes down. Have you ever been to a polling place where the poll book went down? Well, here's how things happen. You go and you check in through the poll book. Now you're in line to vote, and the system all goes down. What are you going to do? You're going to wait there? No, there's a polling location not far away, so you leave and you go somewhere else, and since that other polling location, it's not online. You can vote over there, even though you didn't vote over here. So then when the other election, when both of them get online, it's going to show that you checked in at 2 different locations, but you only voted at one. So really you only voted once, but it's going to look like you had a double vote. But that takes investigation to make that determination. Let's see, double voting. We had 12 allegations involving a duplicate voter unique identification number, a VUID. So that's what the state gives everybody. When you look at the number on your voter registration card, there's a long, like a 10 or 11 digit number. It's your VUID. So what, when we investigate these, because people are looking at these, our rolls and saying, well, that person's registered twice. Well, what'll happen, and they're not looking at the county, they're looking at the state. So they're seeing the state voting rolls that this person is twice, same name, same date of birth, 2 VUIDs. So a student goes from here, goes to UT or whatever school, and registered to vote at that school. For whatever reason, I'm not picking on UT just because some of y'all went to UT, I'm just somewhere, you know, they went somewhere. And when they registered to vote at their school or at that, in that county, for whatever reason, Secretary of State gave them a new VUID. So now they have 2 numbers. So we've investigated that, and we've got the Secretary of State to merge those, so now they're just down to 1. Again, not a crime, but something that needs to be evaluated and solved. 11 matters involve personal financial statements. We all have to file them. Now what happens with those? Mary Louise sends me notice. If a candidate doesn't file a personal financial statement on time, I'm going to get notice from Mary Louise. If they don't file it and they're required to file at the state level, I'm going to get it from the Secretary of State. What are we going to do with that? We're going to investigate. We're going to send a letter saying, hey, you need to file. And maybe you're late, but you file it. So again, people are thinking that those aren't things that should be investigated or that should be a crime. It's not a crime. It could be oversight. Whatever it is, we have to solve it so that we get everything done right. 145 allegations involve registration of non-citizens that may or may not have cast a vote. Some of them cast a vote, some of them didn't. Where do we get those? Where do we get the 145? We got those, the Secretary of State sent out the list to all the different counties, sent it to our elections office. We got it from the elections office. We are still investigating whether they are citizens or not citizens. So we haven't come to a resolution on those 145 cases yet. We're still waiting on some data from the federal government to determine whether they are in fact non-citizens. Of these cases that we've talked about, 43 of them have been closed, and the ones that are still open, basically, or most of those are the non-citizens. These statistics reflect complaints received and reviewed by the task force. They don't establish that criminal conduct occurred. So how do we measure success? Some people would say it's, well, how many indictments have you returned? That's not the measure of success. The measure of success is justice served, and that's what we're tasked to do. Does the task force provide a clear place to report election-related concerns? It does. The task force ensures complaints are reviewed by experienced prosecutors and investigators familiar with Texas election laws. We sent our 2 lawyers down to Austin to a seminar to learn about election law. It's not that it just comes into my office and then it just goes out to any prosecutor. It's going to go to the Election Integrity Task Force because they have the expertise. Just like human trafficking is going to go to our human trafficking attorney. Our special victims, they're going to go to our special victims unit. No different in these kind of cases. We measure success, or are we able to distinguish criminal conduct from administrative mistakes, misunderstandings, or unsupported allegations. We protect the innocent individuals from unwarranted criminal prosecution. It would be easy just, oh, the case, somebody wants to file a case, well, we'll just file an indictment, or we'll file an information if it's a misdemeanor, and now you're charged with a crime. No, we're going to investigate it before we go that far. It ensures the fact that there is one central place. It ensures that there is a consistent enforcement of the Texas election laws. This strengthens public confidence that the election complaints will neither be ignored nor prosecuted without sufficient evidence. Success should be evaluated by the quality and integrity of the review rather than by indictment totals. The appropriate question is not how many people were indicted. The better question is, were election-related complaints evaluated fairly, thoroughly, and according to the law? Justice is mattered by making the correct decision, not by filing the greatest number of cases. What about other counties? Do they do anything regarding election integrity? Well, Dallas County, Harris County, they both maintain specialized public integrity units that investigate election law violations along with other matters involving governmental integrity. The Election Integrity Task Force serves a comparable function by assigning experienced prosecutors and investigators to review election-related allegations in a coordinated and consistent manner. The Election Integrity Task Force exists to ensure that alleged violations of the Texas election laws are handled professionally, consistently, and according to the evidence. It neither assumes every complaint is criminal nor ignores complaints because they may be controversial. Instead, every allegation is reviewed objectively, every allegation follows the facts, every charging decision is based upon the evidence and the law. Public confidence is strengthened when citizens know that their complaints will not be ignored, innocent victims will not be prosecuted, and legitimate violations of election laws will be addressed fairly and impartially. That's the purpose and the continuing value of the Election Integrity Task Force.
Questions for Mr. Sorrells?
Yes. How often does this task force meet? Does it meet, and is there a, so let me ask you that.
How often do they meet? Well, they don't really meet. They just meet, well, they just, when they get cases in. So you got an investigator in the sheriff's office, you got an investigator in my office that do intake. So they're going to get the intake. I think some people will think that, oh, the Election Integrity Task Force, well, there's there's an office somewhere that they have. My lawyer, the two lawyers that I have, they have 125 cases each of other matters that are not related to the Election Integrity Task Force. They do white collar, they do fraud. So they do lots of things. So they don't really meet.
Okay. Is there a public reporting standard for the task force? Like, is there a dashboard? Is there something that the public can see? Because I'm often asked, you know, how many cases has the Election Integrity Task Force received? How many have they investigated, filed? You know, I don't know, unless I send something to your office.
Right, I just gave you the 193 that we've reviewed. We don't really put out how many cases we receive. I can tell you when I go look up those stats, but no, we don't put out a dashboard of what we're investigating, who we're investigating. I mean, that would be improper that we put out, oh, we're investigating a certain person, and then, so now their name's on your dashboard that you suggest, and now
well, maybe
the evidence doesn't show anything, but you can't put that skunk smell back in the skunk. Once it's out there, it's too late. If you've been accused of something, it's too late.
Well, maybe not the names, but the types of violations. There's no public-facing
No, we don't, there's not a public-facing thing about any of the charges that we have in my office that are gonna say, how many murders, how many ag robberies, how many sexual assaults. There's nothing online anywhere that you're gonna find those totals.
So 193 allegations or cases?
No, I would consider them matters.
Matters. Oh, okay. 18 allegations of double voting, 1 falsified finance report. There was one something else that had to do with the candidate, and 12 duplicate votes, right?
Well, you got 11 matters, personal financial statements. I mean, we all
11.
know about personal financial statements. We all have to file them, so.
Okay, so it doesn't sound like there is a lot of work, is what I'm trying to get to. There are not a lot of cases or crimes of
Less than
election.
1/10 of 1%.
Right. So is there a need for the Election Integrity Task Force?
Absolutely.
And
There are
those-
80 laws that are criminal in our code.
And
Who's going to investigate those cases? If we don't have anybody to investigate them, we just say election laws don't matter in Tarrant County?
Oh, no, that's what I was about to ask. Before the Election Integrity Task Force was established, who was looking into those cases? Your office or the DA's office was looking into allegations,
I
right?
can tell you what started in 2023 was the Election Integrity Task Force. That's when I started the DA's office, so.
I know, but you know the history of the DA's office, of course. So how were
How
these?
Sharon looked at election integrity, how Joe Shannon looked at it.
Yeah.
I can't tell you that. You would have to ask them how they established and what they did with these election matters.
That's a good point.
I can only tell you how my office handles them.
Oh, seems to me you'd have some historical background
Well, I mean,
about that office before you went into it. But okay.
well, if I ask you about how Ms. Devine, how your predecessors operated, you would be able to tell me
I
how they
would.
operated in County Commissioner Precinct 2?
I would.
On the details.
I would be able to tell you some general how Commissioner Allen and Commissioner Wynn operated. I couldn't go back to Mr.
I can tell you
I couldn't
generally
go
how
back
they
to
handled
Mr.
it. They treated it
Meebus,
like a
but-
criminal case.
I'm sorry?
I can tell you generally how they handle it. If you say all we want is generalities, they handled them like any criminal case.
Okay, well, that's what I was asking. So there was not necessarily a need for an election integrity task force. If there were an allegation, it was going to be investigated by the DA's office, correct?
Well, what I told you at the beginning is, if you remember when I referenced Commissioner Kraus when we talked about 2022, the Stevens case at the Court of Criminal Appeals ruled that the Attorney General no longer had that authority. There were so many laws passed in 2021, 2022 that was really going to put all the election laws and the enforcement of them into the Attorney General's office. So that it didn't matter what county it was in, the Attorney General was going to handle it. And that's what, I mean, it was all over. Everybody thought, well, this is where we go. If we have an election-related offense, we go to the Attorney General's office. The Court of Criminal Appeals says, no, that's wrong. Those laws are not correct. So it now means it goes back to the local prosecutor. So now there's confusion out there. Well, do we go to the Attorney General or where do we go? And so we wanted to make sure, look, Tarrant County, here is an office, here's a phone number, here's an email address that you can call or email if you have an election concern, and we will investigate it.
Okay, so you should be, or you are of the opinion that Tarrant County elections are safe and secure.
Safe and secure.
Mm-hmm.
Define safe and secure.
You know what safe and secure elections are.
Well, I know-
You're the DA, you're
asking
the
me-
investigator, you're the judge, you know what they are. We don't have a problem. Do we have a problem with election integrity here in Tarrant County?
Well, I can tell you we're investigating 145 non-citizens on our rolls. I find that problematic. I find that as a
145,
problem.
and we have how many citizens?
Well, we have over
2.2
1.3 million people in our county.
2.2
2
million.
sorry. 2.3.
So 105, 2.2 million.
2.1. Well, depends on who you talk to, I guess. Over 2 million people. How about we go with that? There's over 2 million people in our county.
Okay.
How many illegal votes are too many?
That's the question. It's a good question.
How many voter suppressed votes are too many? So, good question. So, can you tell me about the, it was back, was it last year, it was in Mansfield, the Angel Hidalgo case. Why did that never get investigated?
I'm not going to talk to you about specific cases that aren't indicted.
Did you investigate it?
I'm not going to talk to you about cases that were not indicted.
Okay.
As we talked about before, we could bring up names of people that are not charged with criminal conduct, but the mere bringing up somebody, the public may assume that they're guilty of something. And I'm not going to engage in that type of behavior.
Every day people are in the paper or in your...
Well, you can get the paper to print that name and that comment, but I'm not going to print it or say it.
In your Twitter post and may not be...
My Twitter post will
guilty.
tell you about people that are convicted.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you for actually coming.
All right, does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Sorrells?
No, I just have one brief comment. I think you've hit the nail on the head when you say the success of the task force isn't about indictments, it's about investigation and making sure we don't have voter fraud going on in Tarrant County. I remember on the campaign trail, you talked a lot about we ought to investigate it. If nothing comes up, great. That gives more people confidence in the system. If something does come up, we can prosecute them and do what we need to do according to Texas law. So I think you're taking the right approach. I appreciate what you're doing.
And because those investigators and prosecutors work on a whole bunch of other cases, you're not dedicating funds to somebody to just do election integrity, correct? Okay. All right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Sorrells. Next, we have a briefing on Rakana Solutions, LLC.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I just have one brief slide to talk about the total expenditures for Rakana, and then I will let Chief Herklotz answer any operational questions. I can say that Rakana operated in our jail from January through June of 2026, approximately 5.5 months. During that 5.5 months, the total amount invoiced and paid by Tarrant County was approximately $2.3 million. Of that, in operations with the jail, I believe they had a max of about 34 people operating in the jail at one time for a couple of months. And then after we severed the contract, we did retain, I think, 25? 20, 25? We kept about 22 of those individuals from Rakana that they brought to us. So that's all I have to present. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Yeah, I have a question for you. How many we have seen, and maybe this is a question for you, Shannon, we saw at least a couple of years ago, 220-something detention officer positions unfilled. I know you guys have worked very hard to get those filled. In addition to, well, you told us about the 22. How many current vacancies are there for detention officers?
Okay, be glad to answer that, Judge, Commissioners. Operationally, we had no issues with Rakana. Their staff were eager to learn, professional, and there were no issues noted.
I'll get to that one in a minute.
Okay.
Go ahead and answer that one for me.
So when I got here in January, we had 202 vacancies. As of today, we're down to 92.
92.
Yes, sir.
So, great work. The question on Rakana, were they paid any money of any kind, or are they due to be paid any money of any kind for work not performed?
That I can't answer.
Can you answer that?
I can say, yes, sir, I can say they've been fully paid for all work performed.
So when people are running around saying 1.3 million was wasted or whatever the case may be, that is money paid for people working in the jail for those services. Is that accurate?
Yes, sir.
There was no penalty. There was no payment for anything related to anything other than actual time worked in the jail.
It was all what was contractually obligated.
That's a different answer to my question.
The way the contract was written is that we, at a minimal, they were supposed to provide 50 employees in the jail.
Okay.
They could not meet that minimum 50 requirement.
Okay.
And during that time, we negotiated a cost for those 50 that they could not to cover their administrative burden.
Okay.
So that the contractor would not be harmed.
But when the contract was canceled, the county did not have to pay Rakana for time not worked.
No, sir. Did
okay.
not.
All right, that's what I have. Thank you.
All right. How many correctional or detention officers did Rakana Solutions recruit and place during the life of the contract?
That I don't have, Commissioner. I don't know how many they brought, but I think 34 was the maximum number that we reached. Of the 50, they got to 34.
Okay. Of the 50, they got to 34. And how many of, so 34 successfully completed onboarding and remained employed through the termination of the agreement?
I believe so.
Okay. And you've been able to keep, after the termination, you've been able to hire
Some of them, yes, ma'am.
how many, 20?
Yeah,
Some.
I can get you the exact number, but I
22
don't, I
or
think it's
something like
about
that.
22.
So what measurable benefits did the county receive from this contract while it was in effect?
Well, for those 34, we definitely didn't have the extra overtime, but not being able to meet the 50, we still had incurred overtime to meet the 1:48 ratio.
And so, Matt, what you're saying that the total amount paid to Rakana over the life of the contract was 2.309?
Yes, ma'am.
Because last year we had, month, we had an appropriation adjustment for 2.4 million. What was that? I was absent.
We did 2.4 just in case, we didn't have the final invoice, so we didn't know how much that final invoice was going to be. That was a projected amount. So that's why we did 2.4, so we would not have to come back for some additional money through another appropriation.
So had we not paid them at all?
Oh, we had. There was just a final invoice for June that we had not received from the vendor to be paid. And that invoice was approximately $300,000.
So there's an invoice for 700,000.
I believe that's a combined invoice, but yes, ma'am.
Okay, there's an, are these POs or? Then there was one for 476.
I'm not, I can get with you to make sure we're speaking the same numbers, but those are not matching to what I see paid to
Then
the vendor.
413.
413 is April. There were some discrepancies. When Rakana sent us the first invoice, we had the sheriff's office review to make sure to their rosters that they were performing or on site to be paid. And so we did have a few invoices that we had to send back to get revised. So that may be the ones that you're speaking of.
Okay, because I got 4 dollar amounts.
And on that
That don't
purchase
add
order,
up.
sometimes those are just estimates, not necessarily what was actually paid.
Okay. I don't know who to ask this to, maybe Mr. Cradaville. At what point are we going to be able to talk about why this contract was terminated? Because I believe we didn't have to pay this amount because we didn't get all of the services that we should have received.
Commissioner,
from
that
them.
would be an answer for another attorney in our office would have to give to you. That's not something
Well, ask that question. Did we get all the services that we paid for?
We did to the contract, yes, sir. Because the contract, again, guaranteed a 50-person minimum, and we had to negotiate that price down for the services
Well-
that they could provide.
Well, let me say this. We terminated this contract for a reason. We know that. We know that. We terminated this contract for a reason, even though we came out here and said we didn't. And so, not any fault of our sheriff, not any fault of this court. So I just don't think we should have, it was the fault of Rakana, so I don't think we should pay that full amount. I don't think we should have paid that full amount, is what I'm getting to. And at what point, I just don't think it was a smart decision of this court.
Based on what? If they put the people in and we had a contract to pay them for putting people in, what basis do we have to not pay them for putting people in?
Because it was not a termination for convenience. There was a termination of the contract for a cause. And so we shouldn't have, I don't think we should have paid
Which
them.
would have subjected us to being sued for not paying and subjected us to
Nope.
not only the damages, but also attorney's fees, court costs, and interest.
Nah, no,
Okay.
for cause. We should have terminated for cause and not convenience.
Okay, what was the cause we should have terminated for?
We discussed that in closed session. That's why I was asking if it could be discussed out here. He's gonna check with a different
Did you have
attorney.
any problem with the way they're performed?
No, sir.
Okay. Did they do all the things they were supposed to do?
That we asked them to do, yes.
Did they certify the detention officers? That we had a problem with certification, TCOL certification.
At the speed of getting them through the process is where we had issues.
Okay. They sent us folks that were not TCOL certified, so that's cause. So, all right, thank you. Hey, we should have made a different decision from the beginning. We should have made a different decision at the end, so we would not have had to pay this full amount because they failed us. But this court, some people disagree. All right, thank you both.
How did they fail us? I guess I still don't understand any of this.
I just told you.
What? How did they fail us?
They sent us detention officers that they did not get TCOL certified.
And by contract, did they have to do that?
Yes, you have to send.
Let's get the answer to that. By contract, I'm asking you two a question. Did they have to send us TCOL certified people to work in the jail?
Yes,
Okay, and did they not send us TCOL certified people?
34 certified people. Yes,
They were all certified?
Yes.
That worked in the
And
jail?
the contract was terminated for what?
convenience.
No.
So, all right. Thank you. Anybody
For
else have any
staff.
questions for Shannon or Matt?
Shannon, one question, I don't know if you quantify it, we do in other places, but what is the approximate cost to recruit, train, and then deploy one sheriff's deputy jailer?
Anywhere from $7,000 to $15,000 per person.
7 to 15 per person, includes equipment, time, everything, training?
Training, whole 9 yards, yep.
Okay.
All right, any other questions? All right, seeing none, we now move to announcements and comments. Anybody have any announcements or comments?
Yes, I do have a comment. I want to congratulate the purchasing department on its 2026 Achievement of Excellence and Procurement Award that they received. So kudos to Melissa and her team.
All right, anybody have anything else?
Yes, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of the citizens that came out today. You guys were impactful. Thank you for taking the time out of your day to come down here and engage with your Tarrant County Commissioners Court.
Anybody else have anything? All right, seeing none, the court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. The executive session will begin at 4:45. We are now in recess.